Master Chauffeur, Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'a, Yahaya, Raka, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'a, Diosha, Laka, Pasa, Wala'a, Diobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'a, Dalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha, Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Abaka, Wa, Maka, honor your father and mother. La'ata, Latazak, no and not thou murder. La'ata, Kanab, no and not thou adultery. La'ata, Ganab, no and not thou steal. La'ata, Anashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'ata, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hasharam.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. And
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
praise Yah! Praise Yah!
Praise Yah! Thank you, Yah!
Praise Yah!
Yes!
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, 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 Yahaya. Toraba, 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 Yahaya. Praise God! Praise God!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praise to the Most High. Hold on. Let me make sure. Where's my mic at? Where my mic? Where my mic? Hold on. I'm all big on the screen. Oh, I'm not that big. All right. Let me. Where my mic at? Let me see. My mic level. Mic level is a little low. I'm gonna get louder later. All right. Now the mic level is a little louder. All right. Now it's I'm gonna talk. All right. All right. Shabbat Shalom, everybody worldwide. Peace and blessings to the Most High on the seventh day, the set-apart Sabbath day, Shabbat day. Tonight's live stream is a very touchy subject tonight. I've got a couple of warnings. Shout out to the brothers and sisters who are like, are you sure you want to touch on this? I know. So I'm going to make sure I tread very lightly and carefully, be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Tonight's live stream. All right. So I purposely put on the red, white, and blue. It's a nice little Nautica shirt. I put on the red, white, and blue, right? we coming in love and peace and understanding. We don't need to shout to Celia Ridley over on Facebook. My one of my elders back growing up in Parkside Project, Strong Island, Hempstead. All right, love you, Celia. All right, now we're going to address, y'all know how we do, truth to power, but I'm gonna let a lot of the video clips that I'm gonna show speak for themselves, right? So that they don't strike me, because you got other people, they can have 100,000 views, 500,000 views, and I make the same video and they take mine down. They strike me, right? I'm shadow banned, so I'm on the radar of the system. So that's why our videos get so shadow banned. Like the last one, it's only like 400 and some views. That's insane, right? I'm like, I knew they was gonna shadow ban that. So I gotta be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, but we still gonna bring truth to power, right? So I made sure I put in the title, because at first I just had Charlie Kirk, should blacks care about what happened? But then I changed it and I put Charlie Kirk, R.I.P, should blacks care about what happened? The world is a stage. Oh, we going somewhere. We definitely going somewhere. So all of the outrage and all of the stuff, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna walk down. Let me put my invite for my brothers and sisters. Invite guests. Give me a second. Copy. Oh, I haven't seen the chat. Okay, it's already 80, almost 100 chats already. I haven't even seen it. Comments. There you go. All right. So, and everybody in the comment section, do not write nothing. Just let me handle the topic. Let me walk this down. Keep your emotions at bay. Do not write nothing disrespectful to the brother Charlie that's been unalive. Do not write anything. This ain't for you to write your emotional stuff, because you can get us, you can get the algorithm triggered and get a strike on our channel, or get us make us stop the live stream or something, right? So hold your emotions in check. You ain't gonna have to do it. Y'all should know Unc already. Y'all should know me already. You're not gonna have to say anything. Man, I mean, y'all can write, do y'all thing, but don't write nothing. Don't get triggered. There are gonna be some things you're gonna hear that's gonna be very triggering. Okay? But we do not condone disrespecting of any nation, kindred, or tongue. We do not disrespect anyone that's been unalived. We are children of the Most High. We do bring truth to power, raw and cut with no chaser, but we also have to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. We do not promote any violence against any nation, kindred, or tongue, or people group. We're not. We're children of the Most High. But we raw and uncut with no chaser, though. I don't want y'all to, don't get it twisted. We ain't about to water stuff down, but we just have to monitor ourselves and the way we conduct ourselves. Because we're so, the eyes are on this channel, right? They might show y'all it's only 1,000, it'd be 100 of us, 90 of us on the live stream tonight, or maybe only 1,000 views or 700. That's a lie. In the background, I see what the views really are, right? We seen one time someone said it was 1,400 people on the live, but they was telling us it was only 60, right? So anyway, we have a different set of eyes on our channel. Please like this video so the live stream people around the world can find out we live, because it's going to be a mighty lesson. I'm going to bring receipts. I'm going to bring video clips. I'm bringing ancient receipts, video clips. I'm bringing the word. I'm bringing my raw, uncut truth understanding of my election for being on this earth for all these years as an elder. I grew up in the 60s and the 70s in Hempstead, Strong Island. I grew up in the 90s and 2000s, all in Jamaica, Queens, and Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I've lived, and then in the 2000s, went to North Carolina. I done went to ghettos. I came to Florida. I done been all around. But oh yeah, we elders here, we done seen it all. I done lived through some of the things that a lot of these people are talking about don't exist. Oh, the devil's a lie. It exists. I lived through it. All right, hold on. Let me add my sister to the stage. Shalayam Hakyama Shalayam Elder Yaya Zan and Yana Pa Shalayam Yashiyaha Ahavaya and family, and to the babies. All right. So I'm going to, I figured out how I'm going to do this. I'm going to walk down some understanding first. That's going to let more and more people come into the live stream as we get through the shadow ban. And y'all, please like and share. Please like the video so others can see we're live. And then after I break down the intro, then I'm going to go into, it's going down. It's going down. We got video clips. Oh yeah. So let me do this, share screen. Oh yeah, y'all know, we got video. Bring it to the tape, okay? So we're gonna break this down, all right? So hold on, that's my thumbnail. Make it a little bigger. That's the thumbnail, right? It was hard for me to think of one, but I said, okay, I think that's a good one right there. I think it's so crazy that we're on our series called The World is a Stage and the Puppet Master, right? And so I was like, okay, I gotta fit it in about the stage, right? Because this is a world stage, and this manipulation just fit perfect, dripping over the top. All right, shout out to Wrist Fly. All right, now make sure you get a chance. Watch that last one, Wrist Fly. It was a really powerful one. A lot of that info in that for you to teach you, young king. All right, so now I'm going to. This is the game plan. I'm going to break down. Who is that else over there? I think that was Diana over there on Facebook too. Yeah, shout out to Diana over on Facebook. So I'm gonna break down some intro that's going to allow more of the children around the world to find out we live and come in, and then I'm going in to the videos, and it's going down. Oh, it's going down. Truth to power. All right, so y'all, just what I said. Don't worry, shout out to Lavielle. Don't worry about some of the stuff. I'll let you know when I play the videos. Some of the stuff you're going to hear is going to be very triggering, especially to the Black people, because you're going to hear a lot of commentary and stuff that was said against us, that some of us who live this reality, we know it's not real. But a lot of people, this is being broadcast to a lot of different generations, these younger generations, like the young man on the screen who was on the live. He's a youngster, right? He's young as my youngest child. You know what I mean? One of my younger children, right? But they've been, a lot of them been conditioned with a narrative, right? And they have the so-called Black people's they have us in their mouth a lot of the times, right? They do a lot of talking against us and talking, right? And it's very triggering. It could, especially when my mouth ain't on him or nobody else. My mouth, I'm not talking about them, but some of these are set to be triggers. All right, so now I'm gonna get started, and then, so the game plan is I'm gonna start with this intro here. Then I'm gonna play the clips of the video, and then the clips, and then here it come. Then the receipts come, and then I'm gonna do my breakdown. You know how do. Then I'm gonna bring it on. I'm gonna wrap it on up, Delarashah. I'm gonna tie it on up. Tie it on up. Tie it on up. All right. So let me see. They put my level good. So my level's good. All right. All right. Let me bring it back up to 48. Right. All right. Because I ain't going to get loud. I'm going to stay right here for now. All right. There we go. So my level's good. All right. So now, first of all, the title of the video is Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. Should Black people care about what's happening and what happened? All right, the world is a stage. So we're gonna say again to the brother that was unalive, who lost his life, Charlie Kirk. We send our condolences out to his family, right, his children, and his loved ones. And we don't speak hate, we don't speak bias, we don't speak ill harm or to anybody. We just speak the truth. Truth to power, this part. All right. So now, I want to start out by saying, now this is a little bit of the intro. It's just I did an intro to my breakdown, just to give enough people around the world to know that we here. Yeah, grab your popcorn. Go on, grab your stuff. The show starts now. Skull. Skull Lavier. I want y'all to understand that the world is a stage. Come on, y'all. Somebody talk to me. Somebody talk to me. We've been breaking down the puppet master, right? And the stage show. Let me tell y'all something. They are conducting this system. You could call them the powers that be. You could call them this boogeyman. You could call them the Illuminati. You could call them the spook who sat by the door. You could call them whatever you want, right? I'm just calling it is. They is. You heard? Do y'all know that this is a part of the stage play? I'm not saying that what happened to that young man didn't happen. That's to be, I got to be very respectful and very mindful of what I say. Come on, Lavielle, get your snacks ready. All right? Y'all lucky I got to be mindful. Oh, pray. Oh, man. Boy, if I could be free like these other channels, like the freedom like he had, that brother who they appeared to unalive, who lost his life, he was free to just say all type of stuff, right? He had millions of views, but here I am. I'll say something. It only be about 500, 600, 700 people, 800 people, and they shut me right on down. They like everybody else could talk, but you, that little uncle dude. That's why I try to put on a. I try to put on a dress shirt. But y'all know I can't go too crazy. It's a nice little Nautica dress shirt. It's from my old stuff when I used to sell clothes. I try to look respectable. Respectable. I gotta be respectable, right? You know. All right. So anyway, do y'all not know that if this is an actual true thing that actually really happened, right? Because we don't know, allegedly, right? If Lavielle, I even didn't put on a headband or nothing, right? I'm about to put on my headband. I'm like, they can only get me but so far. I'm like, man, listen, man. I seen myself on the screen. I'm like, man, if you don't put that headband on, you don't stop acting up. Boy, put your headband on and stop acting up. I'm about to put the headband on in a second. That's when you know it's really going down. All right? So anyway, let me tell y'all something. Whether what we actually witnessed that they played all over the news, the insane part is that I can't even show a video clip and take me down, right? They got people twerking and showing naked. I mean, I can't say stuff and they take me down, but they just showed, if it was real, the dude whole neck get blowed off all over the thing. I saw it. I was like, and they splattered it all over everywhere. You know it's all media controlled, right? You know they control what they show to us, right? So they tell me I can't even say certain things, right? Like right now, I got to put on a red, white, and blue button up just to even address the situation. But they done showed this unaliving all over right? All over the place. Everybody done seen it. See, what I believe, allegedly, hypothetically, I believe it's all part of the stage set. Whether that act really happened and it's for real, that brother's unalived, or it was a stage play, either way, it's still part of an agenda. And you know it because they plastered it all over the media. See, and the fruits of what you can see that what they say, never let a good tragedy go to waste or something. What's that saying they got? Never let a good what's the name go to waste, right? It is actually now being engineered to cause division, and it's working, to cause like to bring in the purge. You know, they put all this stuff in the movies, right? Right? Because if you look at social media right now, all you hear is white people talking about black people, and black people talking about white people. Yeah, don't let a good crisis go to waste. Thank you, Maya. Right? That's all you see. Black people are triggered and white people are triggered. And they going at each other neck. I can only imagine what's going on that little nasty TikTok thing they got over there. I stay far away from that. That's some real nasty bottom of the serpent seed ball. Right? They actually, it's an engineering of, it's like a divide and conquer. It's nothing new, right? So they're actually, and they said they was going to do this, right? What's his name? BlackRock and them with the WEF. They said that they was going to cause this disturbance, and it's people are actually playing into it. That's why I said, don't get triggered and start writing stuff against. Let me handle this. I got this part, right? I got this. All right. So it's a very divisive, triggering event on both sides. Okay? On both sides. This stuff is engineered. See, this is the thing that they do. They push these narratives from behind the scenes. They control what we see on all the social media platforms. On the entire chat was arguing over being Christian versus non-Christian. Shout out to Carmen Payne. See, that's what it is. It's divided. It's a total, and it's crazy because we're doing a series on the world as a stage of manipulation. Okay, thank you. She said, I came here, I left and came here because I will not be deceived by these demons. I know that's right, Carmen, Sister Carmen. You know, I praise Most High. You know, you come here and it's going to be safe because we're going to do things across the, but we're going to show the puppet master behind, right? It's everything, the narrative that they do it's always behind the scenes because they control all the platforms in the media. Okay? See, they start all the wars and then they tell you both, you remember the old, I can't say their name because they'll trigger for that. You know, the old family group that said we fund both sides of the war, right? So they had this documentary on Netflix called Social Dilemma. And in that documentary, they show you and tell you how they're manipulating everything, right? It's like they can send a meme, right? Through social media, through Facebook Live, through YouTube, they can send a meme to the Bloods. No, they like to use Instagram as the big one where the kids at, right? They could send a meme to the Bloods and make it seem like it came from the Crips, right? And vice versa, right? And they can sway people's perception of politics or judgment. But it's like it's still the puppet master and people are deceived. They don't see the hand of the puppet master pulling the strings. The world is completely a stage. Oh my goodness. I'll save that for my breakdown. I was gonna go into my breakdown, but I'm gonna save it till more people get here. Let me get started because we're gonna get to the video soon. See, a lot of these people that they show us on these political campaigns and all of these stages and they pop them up out of nowhere, right? They portray these people as smart, right? They show us, right? They talk good, right? They have all these statistics, right? And they look like they're the smart people, right? But I want y'all to understand, you got to look past any iteration of them sounding intelligent. I don't care how articulate they speak. I don't care how much rhetoric, how much semantics, how much verbiage, how much wordplay. I don't care about their vocabulary. Come on, Salih Ben Yah. They sound articulate, right? But how can they actually be literal, shout out to Chuck Taylor, really be smart when a lot of them, you'll see their narrative, right? And they'll say, Black people, we are to blame for our current overall cultural situation, right? They'll be like, we blame it on their culture. Like, so How can they have these degrees, master's degrees, PhDs? How can they be so smart and rhetorically intellectual, but act like they don't understand the systemic conditions and programs and things when they know all of history? They could tell you about George Washington, and they could tell you about the Treaty of 1770, whatever, right? But they act, listen guys, they act ignorant when it comes to speaking on black people's condition today, and the music industry and the media and the control, and they'll just say it's our culture, right? As if it just took one person or a group of people to one person or just our own people to put us into this condition. Let me tell y'all something. It was first of all, it's biblical. That's first and foremost, but most people don't want to hear that part, but it was prophesied, all right? But this was a systemic enslavement of a people, right? They made us work for over 400 years, right? Then they promised us, after that, resources, right? They said, no, see, people don't know. Well, people know it. They like to have a blind. People like to ignore. They promised our ancestors resources out of slavery. You know what the resources was? They promised us 40 acres of land, and a mule to help us work the land. 40 acres. You know how big 40 acres is? And a mule, so that can help us to work. That was a start. That would have been a reparation, right? And a form of a remuneration a little as well, right? This is what they promised us. They did. They promised us resources, okay? And this is what they said. I promise you 40 acres of land and a mule to help you work. But guess what they gave us? Instead of 40 acres and a mule, they gave us debt, poverty, imprisonment, starvation, and inequality. And then they told us later, after all the years of that, to raise ourselves up by some bootstraps. They didn't give us our 40 acres or our mule, and they stole our boots at the same time. Listen. So they basically promised us 40 acres and a mule, and instead they gave us 150 years of debt and roaches. Listen past the point. That's what they gave us. They gave us 150 years of degradation, poverty, inequality, destruction, systematic experimentation, programs of dehumanization, and rats and roaches. 100% inequality. I want to say this out there to y'all, everybody. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever race, nationality, whatever you call yourself, y'all be safe out there. Y'all listen to Unc, I'm an elder. Y'all be careful. Y'all got to see through the crap. Everyone today listening, if you get through the shadow band and you watch this video, I don't care what everybody else is doing online. I don't care what they're doing. Unc is telling you, I'm an elder. I've been here a long time and I've been through all the darkness. Do not, listen clearly, argue with people. This is the puppet masters manipulation, what they want. Be safe out there right now. I'm going to show you some videos and some people are unhinged. So I'm going to get to the videos. Let me keep saying this while I'm breaking this down for new people to come. I'm about to show y'all some videos. It's going to be triggering, but y'all be still. I'm going to walk y'all through them. Y'all know how we do. Do not. I need y'all to be careful. I need you, everyone, especially blacks, because they want all the nations to be targeted against you. All right? So, but I need all of y'all to be wise. and understand that this is manipulation that's being controlled to start something. So all black people, be careful where you're driving. Be careful where you're going at night. Just be careful. All right? Be very extra cognizant and diligent. Do not argue with people. Not at your workplace, not in the supermarket. Don't get into a disagreement or an argument with people. Okay? Once you see their mind frame, once you see, you need to understand that a lot of the masses are ignorant to actually what's going on. They're ignorant to the stage, the world, the puppet master. So they are the sheep. A lot are used. Black, white, don't argue with no blacks. Don't argue with no black conservatives, no black Democrats, no black Republicans, no black, whatever you liberals or whatever, all this crap. Don't argue with no whites. Don't argue with nobody. You understand? Mind your business. Ain't nothing to see here. Okay? Most people on this earth today do not have the intellect to process what's actually happening right now. Okay? All right. So you have to understand that. Okay? Now, the masses has conditioned for generations this build up. You understand? They actually created a class of people, right, that they named white. I think we did that lesson. What was that? The 1800s? I forgot. 1700s when the white thing, when they created, the black and the white thing, right? And they actually bred into them that they are seen as superior over other human beings, that they were born to control. All right? Now, they taught this to a group of people. All right? So they are also going by the script that they were given. Remember, the world is a stage. Hasatan is the director. He wrote the script. So I'm saying this because I need y'all to understand that everybody doesn't understand the truth. Just like they got the people over there in that land over there where the Palestinians is, that they raised those people that they are from the tribe of Judah and all that, which that's an impossibility. But a lot of the masses of sheep, they believe it. They are what? Going according to the script that they have been given on this theater play, the world stage. See, they will program you. They're programming the masses now through the media to think and believe that black people were born as savages, to just unalive one another. Okay? And some of the black people are now being conditioned and they believe this. And guess what? We are going according to the script that we have been given. See, that's why Ristfly, when he first came to ministry, he didn't understand the systemic part. And as I start to teach, this is why they took the elders, the men, out of the home, right? As I start to teach the young brother over in Sweden, he like, dang, now I see. Because everyone's following the script that they was given, and the script is given to you by the media. And we have a big script playing right now on the world stage. All right. Now, I think, let me see how many people here so far. I might get started. Let me see. Almost 70. That's probably enough. Let me get started. Let's get started right now. First video, then I'll come back and do my breakdown. All right. Now, don't get triggered. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own the rights to these videos. We say R.I.P. to the brother Charlie Kirk, and we send our condolences to his family and all of them. But we have to break down what's actually happening. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own rights to these videos for educational purposes only. Right? Here we go. Yeah, do I want to break down the program first? Nah, let's get to the video. I can do that. I can do that when we show. I probably should have did a little bit of it. But yeah, they had a program. Let me introduce it really quick. All right? There was a program in the 60s, right? And it was called the Man in the House Rule. All right? Now, this was part of the conditioning. All right? And this Man in the House Rule, it denied financial assistance to poor families. All right? Let me show y'all something. All right, let's do this. Stop screen. Watch this. Stop share. Share screen. We're about to get started. Then the video is going to come right after this. All right? And then I'm going to go. Y'all can do it so simple. I'm going to let AI show you. Just simple Google search. And I'm going to put it on the screen. Just so y'all can see. They're like, okay, Unc ain't making this up. So y'all see? That's my Google. Right? I just Googled it. Man in the House Rule. Now let's see what it says. Watch this. Let me show more. The Man in the House Rule was a discretionary welfare policy in the 1960s, in the mid-20th century, right? That denied benefits to families if an unrelated adult male was living in a home, even if he wasn't supporting the family. All right. Now, this policy was enforced through invasive home inspections and aimed to cut costs by targeting Black families. You see? Y'all see what's on the screen? Unc ain't making this up, just simple, right? By targeting Black families, contributing to family separation. So the stereotype of the absent Black father and long-term economic instability. You see this, Wristfly? Okay? It says the Supreme Court struck down this rule in 1968 in the law Kings v. Smith, which held that the substitute father concept was invalid for welfare purposes. We're gonna get to the fruit of this later. I'm just we getting into the video. I'm gonna play the video after this. How the rule worked. Disqualification. Families, particularly those receiving aid to families with dependent children, were denied benefits if an adult male was present in the household. All right? The man was deemed a substitute father regardless of whether he was actually providing financial support for the child or not. To enforce the rules, state social workers conducted surprise. To enforce the rule, state social workers conducted surprise and often midnight raids to find evidence of a man's presence in the house, Wristfly, such as men's clothing and shoes. I'm going to show y'all a little later. We're going to get to the video. I'm going to show y'all some clips in a second, right? Some real important stuff. Now, Wristfly, it said at midnight. So you had social workers like you were a criminal, busting and coming into people's house in the middle of the night, raiding their house and searching the house, the Black people's house, the Black house in the ghettos, to look for the presence of a male. Oh yeah, it was all in the Claudine movie. They looking for any presence of a man. You understand? If you have a man in this house, we will cut your health care. We will cut your benefits. We'll cut any assistance. We'll cut your everything, your work programs. We'll cut everything. All right? Now it says the impact and discrimination, family separation. This rule forced many couples to break up Black families or hide their relationships, including fathers, so that the mothers and children could receive essential financial aid. They promised her schooling, they gave her schooling, they gave her money, they gave her food, they gave her health care, they gave her all type of benefits. Just get the man out of the home. Wristfly, is this systemic or is this institutional? All right? Now, systemic racism. It says the policy disproportionately targeted black families. That's who it was created for. Playing into the racist notions of welfare dependency and the supposed irresponsibility of black fathers. I'm doing this first because you're about to see a clip that the brother said, who they unalived. Y'all going to see what he said about us. That's why it's titled, Should We Really Care What They're Doing? Should black people? All right. I'm trying to be very mindful of my words, right? All right. So now we grew up on this movie called Claudine. For the youngsters, y'all Google it. James L. Jones and them. We grew up in the 70s on this movie Claudine, and it showed it, right? So, and my grandmother, she stayed off. She made sure she didn't get welfare. So, and I didn't have no, I was raised by, I'm a product of it. I was raised by a single grandmother, so I ain't have a mother or a father. I'm definitely a product of these experiments, these targeted systemic racism. You know what I mean? And because of it, what? I end up with 25 to life in prison, right? I end up selling drugs at 12 years old to survive and clothe myself and stuff like that, right? The conditions, systemic. You see, I'm a good person. You see now, look at the fruit. All praise to the Most High, right? All right. Now, it says harmful stereotypes. This created and reinforced the negative stereotype of the absent black father. See, this was created. Economic instability. This policy caused generational poverty and contributed to the breakdown of the black family structure. That's why I say, you know what? I'm gonna just Google it and let them see for themselves. It's that simple. All right. Now, in Kings versus Smith in 1968, the United States Supreme Court ruled against the man in the house provision, stating that families could not be disqualified simply because they had a black man and was present in the house. This is to black people. All right. They didn't enforce this on the white people. This is against us. It says, despite the Supreme Court's ruling, some states continue to enforce similar rules, albeit with less strict. So you know what they did? They just did a legal loophole. It continued. All right. And then look, you got all this encyclopedia.com. You got all these studies and all that, whatever. All right. Now, I want to show y'all that first. Now let's get to the video. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to this video for educational purposes only. Where is it? This one first. Here we go. And I'm gonna break stuff down, so y'all don't get too triggered. It's gonna hurt a little. It's gonna sting a little. My black brothers and sisters, share this tab instead. Full screen. Here we go. Right? That's what he said. Nothing stops them right now when we still living the same thing. All right. Here we go. Here we go.
This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. They just murdered Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why are they always coming?
All right, first of all, that's why I say y'all be careful out there, children. Every children of the Most High, I don't care if you white, black, whatever you is. If you're a righteous child of the Most High and you see people for their spirit by their fruit and not just the color of their skin, you got to be careful. There are very unhinged people running around. All right. So one thing I heard him say was he said that was going to be our next president. I didn't even know that I had did a video with the dude, you know, that dude who they just unalived doing the college stuff and all that, but I didn't know all this stuff. So, okay. So this, you have to be careful out there. Okay. Yeah. Pure uncut rage. All right. So it's like, you're like, I loved him. I'm like, guys, see, y'all got to understand, this is what I mean by the masses. The intellectual quotient is very low from what the media has created over these, right? To the point where you'll be so emotionally attached to an individual, He don't even know that man personally. Probably never met him a day in his life or nothing, but he's like unhinged emotionally. That's conditioning. This is puppet master. This is what I'm talking about. The world is a stage, right? Thank you, Wyatt. Practically foaming at the mouth. You understand? All right, let's continue. Let me put it back.
This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. And this murder Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why do they always come with fucking violence? Gosh damn it. Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people. Who shot Charlie Kirk? I'm driving in a Provo right now. I'm so pissed. Damn it.
Now, one thing he said, why do they always got to come with violence? Use your words. I agree. I don't agree with all this level of emotion, but I agree. Why do they always got to come with violence? Why not just use your words? I agree with that statement.
Charlie Kirk! I'm driving in a Provo right now! I'm so pissed! Damn it!
Should black people get reparations?
I believe they should.
Why should we generalize and say reparations for black people?
Because there are people that are in a worse place because their family was brought here as slaves.
So over 150 years, they didn't have any ability to make better decisions, to save money, and to invest.
So this is the individual that, that the event happened to. My condolences to his family. These were his viewpoints. This is what he believed. This is what he taught, right? He says, so black people should get reparations. Shout out to the young white dude. He said yes, right? So again, we got to remember everything is individualistic. You can't just look. That's the puppet master. They want us to hate one another general and not look at the individual characteristics, the fruit of each person. The Bible tells us you know them by their fruit, right? So the young white brother says, yes, they should get reparations because so this is this brother's viewpoint, right? He said after 150 years, we ain't have nothing that can help us do whatever, right? All right, let's continue. Let's get started.
Should black people get reparations?
I believe they should.
Why should we generalize and say reparations for black people?
Because there are people that are in a worse place because their family was brought here as slaves.
So over 150 years, they didn't have any ability to make better decisions, to save money, and to invest. It was such a big deal.
Are you blaming a person for being stuck in
Yes.
indentured servitude?
First of all, you hear what he said? It was such a big deal. So he's minimalizing 400 years of slavery, unaliving, graping, buck breaking, stolen language, culture, identity, Jim Crow, lynching, segregation, the experiments, the stealing of just. He's like, so it was so bad. Are you kidding me? The total genocide of a people, worse than any people have ever succumbed. You can't find a 400-year slavery on no people throughout the whole entire history of the planet Earth. Go ahead. Who's that?
It's me.
Go ahead.
He's only doing math one way. He's saying 150 years without factoring the 400 that preceded it.
Yes.
It's just 150 years. You had 150 years.
Right. So you had a 400-year head start, right? Almost 4 times, but the total degradation. It'd be different if it was just a head start, right? A head start means 400 years, we advanced you, we had opportunities, and we this, and now you got 150 years. So if you got if we got a race, we supposed to be doing an even race, and you ahead of me by 4 car lengths, right? Then I mean I got to make up that just to catch up, to be equal, and then try to pass you to win or to be equal, right? Now, the thing is that it would be different if it was just an equal race. But if you take 2 people on a race block, right? And I'm gonna put you 4 whatever ahead, right? You got to be 400 meters. Like you got to give them a while because 400 years is a long time, right? And that's 4 generations because man only lived for about 100 years, right? So if I'm gonna put you four whatever ahead, now that's to say if we both just even, we both got cleats on, we both got shorts, we both got water, we both, was able to prep and train for the race, all equal everything. And now I got to catch you. I got to catch up 4 miles to be even. And then you be like, well, right? But if I starve you, if I don't give you no training, if I put cuts in the bottom, if I make you barefoot and then put cuts in the bottom of your feet, right, where you got sores, right? If I put a weight on your back, you know what I mean? I put a weight on your back that you got to run with, or plus you got the 400. Come on, this is what. But then he says, well, 150. So he says what he's saying is like, well, by the time 150 feet, you ain't catch up to me yet. See, that's what now, this is what I meant earlier when I said, guys, when I said the way that this world structure it is that these people sound really intelligent, right? They'll have degrees, they'll have master degrees, PhDs, but you can't tell me that they don't know what I'm talking about. Let me tell you something about a learned man or woman. A learned man or woman, we learn multiple variants of things. You don't become very learned and rhetorical and being like what they would call a scholar or a high intellectual quotient without learning a vast array of things. You don't just learn, that's not how it works. That's not how the mind works. So to play the game like that brother don't know everything I'm saying is playing the fool. Right? But I'm not a fool. Okay? All right. So let's continue. So shout out to the young brother. The young brother said, but yes, there's inequalities. All right. So he says, and that's another thing when I keep saying, why don't they get our name out of their mouth? Right? Why are you talking about us? But anyway, let's continue.
Should black people get reparations?
I believe they should.
Why should we generalize and say reparations for black people?
Because there are people that are in a worse place because their family was brought here as slaves.
So over 150 years, they didn't have any ability to make better decisions, to save money, and to invest. It was such a big deal.
Are you blaming a person for being stuck in indentured servitude?
How did the Jews get?
He said yes. He said, are you blaming a person for being stuck in indentured servitude? He said yes. That's first thing. Now let's continue.
In indentured servitude?
How did the Jews and to invest? It was such a big deal.
Are you blaming a person for being stuck in indentured servitude?
How did the Jews get so wealthy post-Holocaust? How did the Jews get so wealthy? How did the Asians get so wealthy?
Reparations.
Now you see that answer? I mean, you see that question? How did the Wish people get so wealthy after the Holocaust? Now look.
Get so wealthy.
Hold on. I want you to see that the one that was impressed, right? And look at the title. It says "Triggered Kids Get Schooled." So this is what I mean. Now the people who write in this, who put this video up like this, they're probably ignorant, thinking that what this brother was saying was actually something intelligent. Like the young dude got schooled. But this brother here on the screen, he knows what he's saying. He knew that his intelligence level is too high not to know that. All right, let's continue. I want to show y'all this.
Jews get so wealthy post-Holocaust.
You see? Look at him. Like he did something and got made by heaven on his sweatshirt. People don't really realize that you'll be the judgment. But let's continue because it's about to get funky in a second. We just getting started. All right. So here we go.
Being stuck in indentured servitude.
How did the Jews get so wealthy post-Holocaust? How did the Jews get so wealthy? How did the Asians get so wealthy?
Reparations.
How did the Wish people get so wealthy after the Holocaust? Well, they gave them a land in 1948. They gave them their whole a nation state. They gave them a land, right? They gave them, and still today giving billions and billions of dollars of reparation. So how do they get billions and billions of dollars that they're still giving today? And he said, how did the Asians? Well, they gave the Asians reparations, the ones that they did for bombing for Japan with the one on Hawaii. I forgot what that place was called in Hawaii. The what's the name, right?
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor. Thank you. Right. But let me explain. The Asians didn't come here by slavery. The Asians didn't get put 400 years of slavery and their language, their culture, their identity, their history. They didn't get raped and broken and they didn't get, what are you talking about? They came over here from their own country and land and government, right? And freely to, now the ones who actually got caught into the concentration, the containment camps from the Pearl Harbor stuff, they paid them reparations. They paid the Mongoloid Native Americans millions of reparations. It's like, how did those little bit of I think they were Japanese, they got their little reparations, but ain't no Asians came over here by no slave ships. What are you talking about? And ain't no Wish people came over here by no slave ships. All right. And whatever happened to them over in Germany, Germany paid them reparations, and the United States has continued to pay reparations. I don't know why, but they paying them billions of dollars every year. They got a whole land and state and everything. Go ahead, Yasha.
And status too, Unc. Not just financial. They gave them a status, like an elevation. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yes. They gave them everything. I mean, so how? See, but this is intentional. Okay? It's not ignorant. He's not ignorant to what I just said. Come on, Yasha. Come on, everybody. You're going to tell me that this man who's, what the brother said, would have been the next president or whatever, he don't know what I'm saying? And I'm just a young little dude from the Parkside Projects from the ghetto. I'm part of the experiment. I don't got a mama or a daddy. You understand? My daddy left me and my mama left me. I wasn't loved by nobody. Praise y'all for my grandmama. Right? Otherwise, I've been in the system. All right? So I'm part of the experiment. And I know this. Come on, bro. No. You can't piss on my leg, tell me it's raining outside. Not this house. All right, let's continue. So, how did those who say they're a child of Juba and are not get there come up? They ain't pull themselves up by no bootstraps. I know that much. I know it wasn't no bootstrap. Y'all gave them gold boots. Y'all gave them a boot company. You gave them Bootylicious. You gave them. Oh my God! All right, let's continue. All right, let's just continue.
Jews get so wealthy post-Holocaust? How did the Jews get so wealthy? How did the Asians get so wealthy?
Reparations. The answer is reparations.
What percentage of blacks have a father around when they're raised?
I'm not sure.
20%.
So
80% of blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a or a criminal.
And why
It's
do
not a
you think that's
racism
a problem?
It's not a white supremacy problem. It's a fact that black fathers impregnate women and they don't stay around with the women
And
that they have
why,
impregnated.
Charlie Kirk, do you think that that happens more in the black community compared to others?
It's threefold. Number one, we subsidize single motherhood. Number two, it's culture. It's accepted in the black community, and it
so
shouldn't
it's
be.
culture. Okay.
Don't take my word for it. Read Tom.
All right, so I let this play, and I'm gonna let it play because it's the break that I'm gonna let this whole clip play. Let's let him give his viewpoints, his talking points, right? All right, that's why the video was titled R.I.P. to this brother, our condolences to his family, and all of that, right? We don't wish no harm on nobody, right? But the title was, Should Black People Care About What Happened? I need y'all to understand the Bible speaks of certain things. The Most High didn't, boy, y'all better know this Bible, all right? That's part of the Bible. The Most High said don't even pray for people because he ain't going to hear your prayers. Oh, but Christianity won't teach you that. Oh, no, Pastor Porkbelly, 501c3, he ain't going to tell you that part of it, but they call that the Old Testament God. They don't like him. They like the new God they made up that just loved the whole world, right? They like that part. The Most High said, don't even pray for them because I ain't even going to hear your prayers, sir. Oh, yeah. Oh, so there's a, so that means there's a discernment about, oh, no, this, see, we not Roman Catholic. This ain't the house of Christianity. This is a house of Yah. Okay? So, all right. So now I'm going to let him play. Don't worry. It's going to get broken down in a second. Y'all already know how we do. It's going to be good. Y'all know how I do. Right? So I'm going to let them play. But what I want to point out is, I want y'all, because they're trying to start a racial thing, the system, right? They want us against one another. But I want you to understand this was a so-called white man, right? Speaking, but look who's speaking up for us.
Thomas Sowell's own book.
A so-called white sister. In the first clip, it was this so-called white man speaking against us, and look who was speaking up for us, a so-called white brother. So remember, it's individualistic. This is the divide and conquer. They want to trick y'all. And if they could trick you and get you emotionally triggered, then you'll run around and then you'll have the mass, because they're already going to have the masses of the ignorant against them. Then they have the masses of the ignorant of the black against them. And then they play the war and they do this purge and they start all this mess and the whole one world order, all this chaos and what they call that, the National Guard and the whole thing and then the CBDC and the lockdown. All this is part of the play, baby. They said the 20 or 30 agenda and all that. Y'all got to understand the chaos. So I'm going to point it out. Don't let it go over your head that the sister's like, nah, she like, look, the white sister, she like, nah. That ain't a fact. Right? Look.
Culture. Okay.
Don't take.
She like, oh, it's the culture. Okay. Now remember the other one, the little young white dude was like, yeah. They should get reparations. Come on. You kept trying to tell me that they haven't been genocided against and all that. We give everybody else reparations. All right, now let's continue. I'm going to let this play just so that I'm going to just let this. It's not that long. I'm going to let the whole clip play. I don't want to interrupt. I want him to get all his talking points out, and then we're going to do it.
What percentage of blacks have a father around when they're raised?
I'm not sure.
20%.
So
80% of blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a or a criminal.
And why
it's
do
not a
you think that's
racism
a problem?
It's not a white supremacy problem. It's a fact that black fathers impregnate women and they don't stay around with the women
And
that
why,
they have impregnated.
Charlie Kirk, do you think that happens more in the black community compared to others?
It's threefold. Number one, we subsidize single motherhood. Number two, it's culture. It's accepted in the black community, and it shouldn't be.
Culture. Okay.
Don't take my word for it. Read Thomas Sowell's own book on how black culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state type practice. 75% of black youth are raised without a father in the home.
First of all, I gotta stop. He said, "Don't take my word for it," and then he quotes someone Sowell's made a book. What kind of election is that? But anyway, let's continue. Don't take my word. Don't take my word for it. Take this other dude who wrote a book for it. His word for it. Well, go ahead, Yashu.
He right before he said, "Don't take his word for it," his words were, "We subsidize single motherhood. We subsidize it."
Wow. Good ion, good ear. Okay. We. All right, let's continue. Good work, good ion.
Compared to others. It's threefold. Number one, we subsidize single motherhood. Number two, it's culture. It's accepted in the black community. And it shouldn't be.
He said it, you're right. We subsidize single motherhood. All right, let's continue.
It's threefold. Number one, we subsidize single motherhood. Number two, it's culture. It's accepted in the black community. And it shouldn't be.
Culture. Okay.
Don't take my word for it. Read Thomas Sowell's own book on how black culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state type practice. 75% of black youth are raised without a father in the home. 75%. Is that a bigger problem or not a bigger problem than whiteness, white privilege, or white supremacy? How
They
can
should
you
all
blame?
be addressed and they're all related.
Okay, how is a white person to blame? Wouldn't it be more like smart to be like, hey, that this is not about systemic racism. Like, stop impregnating your women and abandoning them. Black pilot. I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman. I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action?
All right, here we go. There you go. All right, so I got his viewpoints on. A moronic black woman and black, we just all in his mouth, right? So that's why the title is like, should black people really care? Right? We all in his mouth. I mean, my goodness. Don't you got something else to think about? But anyway, let's continue. All right. R.I.P. to our condolences to his family and to his children. We don't promote any violence against no nation, group, or people at all. We are a peaceful, loving people, and this is a ministry, and we just come to teach the word. We let this brother give his viewpoints out, and we're going to give our viewpoints. All right, let's continue. Yeah, I actually had a clip of him a while ago on his channel somewhere. All right, here we go. Now let's go.
What percentage of blacks have a father around when they're raised?
I'm not sure.
20%.
So that's why you
80%
think
of
it
blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a or a criminal.
And why
It's
do
not a
you think that's
racism
a problem?
It's not a white supremacy problem.
The man in the house rule to make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers.
How is a white person to blame? Wouldn't it be more like smart to be like, hey, that this is not about systemic racism?
The man in the house rule to make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers.
That this is not about systemic racism?
The man in the house rule to make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers. But the effect of the man in the house rule is to create for children an atmosphere of investigation and surveillance.
It offers money if the fathers will leave them and stay away.
80% of blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a or a criminal.
And why
It's
do
not a
you think that's
racism
a
problem. It's not a white supremacy problem.
The man in the house rule to make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers.
And why
It's
do
not a
you think that's
racism
a
problem. It's not a white supremacy problem.
The man in the house rule to make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers.
80% of blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a or a.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. That's why I put the clips in there from the program and the study from the 60s. All right?
Criminal.
The man in the house rule to make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers. But the effect of the man in the house rule is to create for children an atmosphere of investigation and surveillance. And thus, the welfare system in its operation turns out to be a system to make life harder for children.
It offers money.
All right. Now, I'm going to break. Did y'all hear what he said? He said investigation for the black children. I'm going to do it one more time.
To make sure that aid to families with dependent children, the man in the house rule.
The man in the house rule.
To make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers.
Was to make sure that the aid to help families with children would only go to families that was head of household, matriarchal, the mother. No fathers. You got to remove the husband, remove the father.
But the effect of the man in the house rule is to create for children an atmosphere of investigation and surveillance.
But the effect of this man in the house rule, listen, Riz Fly, that they created was to create an environment of investigation. Hold on, what did he say?
An atmosphere of investigation and surveillance.
An atmosphere in the home of investigation and surveillance. I'm glad they had the little boy up there, because this little boy one day will grow up to be a man too. And what would they do with this system? Make sure he gets put out of his home with his wife and can't raise his children. And they will do what? Surveil him and investigate him. You see? The system. All right? That's why I'm like, I'm going to let the brother do his little talking. Let him do his talking and let the system show you that. I ain't got to do the talking for this part. All right? Shout out to Lone Wolf and Lion Cub.
An atmosphere of investigation and surveillance. And the house rule is to create for children to make sure.
So the rule was created for this point. To put the man out of the home, make the woman the head of the home, so the children can have no father, the woman can have no covering, the man could be broken, because if you don't have your children, when a man loses his family, he is a broken man. It is a fracturing of your spirit and your mentality. It is. And the only ones that it don't fracture are the ones who turn into monsters or they rewire their brain like I had to do to act like my children are dead so that I don't self-destruct mentally and spiritually. You understand? So I don't go insane, because it'll drive the man insane. It's in our nature. The Most High made us in our nature, protect and provide for our children and our women and our nation and our people, right? For our village, our tribe. That's in our nature. You understand? So it's designed for that, to break the man down in destruction. That's when and then they flood the drugs, right? And they gave them the drugs and the alcohol and the liquor and all that stuff, right? To soothe, and the drugs to go. But then then now these little savage children now want to come on to my, there's no systematic nothing. There's no oppression and there's no. Let's continue. This is why it was created. They're telling you why it was created.
That aid to families with the man in the house rule to make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers. But the effect of the man in the house rule is to create for children an atmosphere of investigation and surveillance. And thus, the welfare system in its operation turns out to be a system to make life harder for children.
It offers money if the fathers will leave them and stay away, in that sense undoing the very stability of the family and taking away one of the two parents the children, of course, need. And what I have seen, I'm afraid to say, all over the country is that the legal system works against the best kind of home for these children.
You see, Rizfly? He said all over the country. He says the legal system works against the best kind of family for these children, black children. This is the systemic part. So now you want to understand why you got all these little ignorant iggers and their pants hanging down and all these conditions, and they want to act like it wasn't systemic conditions that was put into the system. Okay?
Them and stay away.
Out to be a system to make life harder for children.
It offers money if the fathers will leave them and stay away.
Now, it offered money. Rizfly, listen up. That's my brother in Sweden. It offered, see, but it went further. It offered the woman money if she would put the father out and make him stay away. Now listen clearly. This effect, shout out to the sisters, the woman who told them to stuff it where the sun don't shine. All right? Shout out to that really small remnant. All right? Now, what happens is they offered her money. They offered her health care. They offered her food. They offered her assistance. They offered her schooling. They offered her a higher election of physical life as long as you put him out. Most sisters wasn't mentally strong enough. And now you know that there's something innate in our sisters. That's why, sorry, not sorry, they are the weaker vessel according to the scripture. It is. For those who don't understand it, then go ahead. You can stay wherever you want, right? And they're called to be covered, right? So if you took the man out of the home, then you uncover the woman. The woman has emotions. A lot of the times, from the moon, the revelation and the tides will affect her emotions, and she will react emotionally instead of logically. So the man to cover those times won't be there. So if they give the woman, and the woman have an innate desire, just like the man, to want the best for the children, right? So that's also why she's supposed to seek out the most man that could give her the best chances, like in the animal kingdom, give a child the best chances of survival. So she's gonna spiritually seek out a strong male. Do you understand? So now, with this systemic conditioning, the system, the government, the system is going to take the place of the man. So the system, this is a beast system. The manipulation, the world stage, the Hasatan, the adversary, is going to actually be the father role now. Right? Do you understand? I am your zaddy. I am the one who's going to pay you and protect you and provide for you and do these things, right? So now most of the sisters, because they have a survival instinct as well, shout out to the strong sisters who said, well, me and my husband, we gonna be broke then. We ain't gonna have no health care. We'll make it work. We done made it work for 400 years, right? But everybody is different. Everybody ain't that strong. And then remember, they was breaking them down too. You understand? They was breaking them down. There's a lot of different variables in the system that's not spoken of just over the board, right? They might speak of the 1, 2. Yeah, they offer the money. Nah. And then the condition of it is what happens is, the ones who do accept it, they start to live a life of a little bit of physical increase. So the other sisters who might have been hesitant, they start seeing Sister Susie, Sister May, Sister Nene and them, they got food. So now your little kid come on like, Mommy, Nene and them got a lot of food, and they got new clothes, and they got this and this, right? So the other sisters start to see, and now it starts arguments in the home, because the sister will say to the man, well, why can't you get this stuff? Look at Nene. And he like, well, I'm trying, but they won't hire me. They fired me. What you do to get fired? I didn't do nothing. I did this, I did this, and I can't get this job. And they like, and the arguments, you understand? So then the sister will be bred into the sisters to look down on the men, right? To look like a man can't provide, when then they can look at the white man providing for his family, right? So they can see the little social work and everything. They're like, well, the white man, they got cars, they can see, and then it looks down. It's a systemic degradation, systemic destruction of the family structure, the breakdown. So then the sisters start to be combative. You understand? And they start to not have the respect and the reverence for the man. You ain't my lead. You ain't over me. You ain't stronger than me. You ain't stronger than that white man. Why can't you do it, right? And then now the strategic play is, as this process goes on, the sister has more power in the house, because now it's her house, my apartment, my money, my welfare, my food. Now you get the institution of, I don't need a man for nothing, right? I don't need you. When before they created this systemic part of welfare, because the welfare, when it was first created, it was created for the white family. It was created to sustain the white family, the white woman so that the white woman can stay home and raise the children while the man was out at war, or the white man was out working. So the white woman, they children, the white children can be raised at home, and it was given assistance to the white woman. Same thing as the child support when it was created. It was created for them over at war, and it was but then what the serpents do, those stage masters, the directors, they realize when they make these acts, they look for ways. This the serpent. They look for ways that they can manipulate the systems they got that use to benefit them and use it to destroy the natural branch, destroy the children of Yahshua, destroy the children of the book, the people of the book. It's what it's been all about since Babylon, Egypt. It's been all about that. Ain't nothing new under the sun. You understand? So they look for ways manipulatively for any of their laws, their ordinances, their statutes, that they can rewrite them to destroy, to further degrade and destroy. So this is why people act like they say, well, it's been 150 years. That's old. No. They continue to rewrite laws and ordinances and statutes and rewrite stuff in the pharmakeia and the health, and it's all over in the experiments and stuff they do. It's been continual. If no one can even write down so many, because it's in the secret boardrooms and the houses of the Bilderberg groups and Jekyll Island and all of the what's her name? What's that place with the owls and the garden groves, Bohemian groves, and all this stuff? You understand? So this thing, so when you try to go to these young kids, they try to pull up these statistics. Ain't no statistics for what's really going. They ain't writing this stuff down. You understand? You better know. You better get with some elders that can teach you the real truth, and that elder need to have spiritual revelation, because the Bible says the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, will bring all things to remembrance. So this goes above and beyond just book knowledge and all that. The Most High was going to reveal things at the end time to his children, his elect. Teach my children. You better understand. All right. So now, there's so many different variables that can never be dictated on some paper. I can't bring a certain study and show you, but I can tell you what the writer, I can tell you what the Spirit, I can tell you what the Most High will tell you. Everything that goes on, things will be uncovered, doors will be unlocked, mysteries and parables will be solved. You heard? That part is the same prophecy that cursed our ancestors to be in this mess. It's the same prophecy that said, blessed are those who repent and come from up under it. You heard? This part, we just about to get started. This ain't even get started yet. It's got more videos to come and all that. It's about to get funky McNunky in a second. We just getting started. I'm getting hot. I'm about to put my headband on. Enough for I didn't look like the suit and tie for enough. I'm about to put my headband on. You better know the Hebrews, right? Gotta grab up this sweat, all that. You heard? Let's go. Now, let's continue. So it was more than just money that he gave those sisters. And then those sisters, man, it was bad. It was a continual thing. So they started to get power. Let me continue. Thank you, Father. They started to get power and position monetarily. So then the men couldn't provide. It became of a thing of, what can you do for me? Right? You can't do nothing for me because I got my own bag. Right? The sisters had her own husband, the system. And the system was giving her schooling, money, health, but it was also keeping her busy. It was also keeping her out the house. So they created pre-K programs. You understand? Before that, they had kindergarten. Let me explain something to you. All this is systemic. It was kindergarten where they would put the kids in, but they started pre-K. They needed some, because of this system, they need some even before kindergarten. You understand? I need to create a system to start indoctrinating these babies before they even 5. Because we about to get this black woman out the house. She's going to be gone. We're going to keep her working 2 jobs and going to school. And we need to get these little black babies into this school so we can indoctrinate them into the school system. Come on. Oh, listen. Oh, it's a mighty dark work. be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. You better know. I respect some, the school to prison pipeline, Lone Wolf. I respect some dark work. I mean, be wise as a serpent. Not saying I don't. Well, not that. Let me phrase that correctly. Not that I respect the work to congratulate. I respect the ingenuity of the work and the persistence. And you better don't get emotional and not understand that you got to understand the dark works and give respect where respect is due. And then because the Bible says Hasatan is wise. We're looking who to devour as a lion. You know, it didn't say he was stupid. It didn't say he was bumfoolio. Oh, no, it said wise, and he told us to be wise as the serpent. So I understand the devices of the serpent. I say, oh, that was a good dark work. All right, but watch this work of light. Watch this work. This is some spiritual warfare. This part. All right. Go ahead, Yasha.
You know, what you just described about what they did with the women by manipulating them to believing that they had independence, when for that independence they became dependent
on the system,
right?
Facts.
Who's watching the kids when they give you the bag, they give you the education, they give you, because you took the man out the house. So now your whole, I guess, path to prosperity and independence has made you an even bigger dependent now.
Yes, and now you're dependent on the serpent. Yeah. This ain't nothing but Eve in the garden.
Curse themselves.
This ain't nothing but Eve in the garden altogether, all again. Say, if you look at the system as the serpent saying, what the most, nah, Eve, nah, you can do, it's the same thing. Right? Same system. All right. Now, system serpent. All right, let's continue.
Leave them and stay away. Offers money.
Life harder for children. And thus, the welfare system in its operation turns out to be a system to make life harder for children.
It offers money if the fathers will leave them and stay away, in that sense undoing the very stability of the family and taking away one of the two parents the children, of course, need. And what I have seen, I'm afraid to say, all over the country is that the legal system works against the best kind of home for these children.
Black people are much easier to be able to say that black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders.
Let's talk about genocide. 100+ million indigenous people murdered globally via colonization.
That black individuals, despite being 13%.
All right, let's go. We was constantly on this man's mouth. Our condolences to his family and his children. Our condolences, right? We don't wish no harm on nobody. But why was we all constantly in this man's mouth? I'm like, what? Don't you got some business to tend to? What? Okay. So here you are again. Black people are...
say all over the country is
what?
That the legal system works against the best kind of home for these children.
Black people are much easier to be able to say that black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders.
Let's talk about genocide. 100+ million indigenous people murdered globally via colonization.
That black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders.
And how about slavery? Over 12 million Africans stolen, tortured, sold as property.
Hold on. The first thing I want to say, I got to say this. They've been saying we are 13%. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me see what my mic level is. They've been saying we 13% of the population for 400 years or something. What? How is the Hispanics? The Hispanics are about 99% of the population already. Right? Right? How we just stay at 13%? What? I mean, and then they say and then the funny thing, is that he say we should stop. What he say? The black man should stop pumping the babies into the woman and leaving them. So then how we having babies if the population ain't never grow? We still 13%? We've been 13% for 50 years. What the? Yo, these people are crazy. That's why I say, bro, this thing is so crazy. That's my point. How we 13%? It's more than 13% of these little rap niggas running around here with their pants sagging. It's 13 more. It's more than 13% of these little niggas running around here on demon time. More or less us regular so-called black folk, regular smugglers. Then you got the elders. Then you got those who like hip hop. You got those who are back conservative. You got so many. What the 13? And Yadon said, "Nah, they done push it up. We committing 55% of the murders." See this? That's what I'm saying with this statistics crap, right? They just spew this crap out, right, out their butt. That's where it come out their butt, right? Now we have 55% of the murderers. How is 13% of the people committing 55% of the murders? Who we murdering? And they say that black on black, only, right? Black is killing black. Well, if we committing 55% of the murders and we've been 13, we shouldn't be in existence no more. We should have already been wiped out. So it don't make no sense at all. Like that 13%, you know how many blacks is killing each other already? You see they'll give you statistics in Chicago, right? They'll be like, they killed 500 people and this, that. I'm like, why isn't that 13% going down then? You got Planned Parenthood, you got abortion, you got all this stuff. And they, but we still, now it's up to 55%. Well, who we unaliving then? Who we unaliving? All right, so anyway, let's get shout out to Sister Shmera. This y'all see his foolishness. So let's continue. So I'm gonna let the sister handle the brother. Yeah, sleeves is extra, right? But I'm gonna let the sister handle that dude, that dude, right? All right. I might jump in every now and then, but let the sister handle him. All right. So now I want y'all to know I cut that out. This first part, he's upset. This is the funny part. He says, all right, let me show y'all, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, where he's upset at. I just cut it out. Watch this.
Via colonization.
All right, let me go back again. I'm going to show you what he's upset. He don't like black people. Anyway.
Black people are much easier to be able to say that black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population.
He said, so what he's complaining about now, he says black people are much easier. We have the freedom to talk about black people, but he said white people can't talk about black people. And that's unfair and it's unjust. And if white people talk about black people, then they'll get fired from their jobs and they'll do this. But he said, but I talk about y'all because I don't care. I ain't scared. He said he ain't scared of these. Basically, he didn't say it, but he basically like, I ain't scared of you niggas. Right? So anyway, he didn't say that. But anyway, this is what he's complaining about. I just cut it out, right? So he's talking about white people are being muffled with their freedom to talk about black people. So he wants white people to have more freedom to talk about us. I'm like, bro. I'm like, my goodness, they just, what do you want? I know what they want. The serpent seed of them to want. Not shout out to the white brothers and sisters who want to follow the Most High. All right? All right. These serpent seeds. All right? Not saying he's a serpent seed. R.I.P. to this brother and our condolences to his family and his children. Okay? We're going to keep saying that because this is not about hate. This is not about racism, not about bigotry, not about prejudice. We don't believe in the discrimination. We receive every nation, kindred, and tongue and people. This is not no Hebrew Israelite hate group or none of that crappity crap. This ain't no Christian either. Christian, whatever y'all want to call that. Christian, Methodist, Baptist, Separatist, or whatever it is. Denomination. This ain't a Roman, Greco-Roman, none of that. We are children of the Most High, and the Bible is our book of instructions, our history book, and our manuscript for us to live this life righteously according to the Most High. We in his likeness, image, nature, character, and function. Children of Yah. His name is the Most High Yah. And if you ain't down with that, then go follow your gods and do whatever. And we don't teach hate. He teach truth. Spirit and truth. That part. We are the circumcised children under the order of Melchizedek from our Mashiach. You heard? That part. And we are the spiritual circumcised children of the Most High. And a remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue will stand before the Messiah in white robes at the end. That part. And we, as the natural branch, come to take our rightful election back. We repent for the sins of our ancestors' transgressions, where they transgressed the Most High and got us black people, us blackity blacks, in this whole mess. Oh, it's a remnant, a small amount. We repent for it. That's us. Welcome to the house of Yah. Anybody that find this worldwide. And we take our rightful elections as the end time kingdom of priests. And our job is to lead the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue who wants to seek the righteousness of the Father. We're going to lead you to the Father like our Messiah told us to do. This part. And we ain't no hate group. Go find some of these little wicked Israelite Star, Renfram, and Moloch David worshipers. They serpent seeds too. All right. Now let's continue. With that out the way, let's go.
That black individuals, despite being much easier to
for these.
So he's triggered because he wants to be able to he wants white people to just talk about black people at work and everywhere, and everybody, you just talk about them too. Boy, we famous. Boy, you right? Somebody said that we famous, huh? All right.
Children.
Black people are much easier to be able to say that black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders.
Let's talk about genocide. 100+ million indigenous people murdered globally via colonization.
That black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders.
And how about slavery? Over 12 million Africans stolen, tortured, sold as properties, built your...
She making a really good point. They always talk about black people doing this and doing that. These fools then went around the world unaliving every nation. I mean, they body bag count. they got every nation of group of people on the earth beat by miles. She's correct about that. All right, let's continue.
Banks, White House, legacy wealth.
That black individuals, despite
Africans stolen, tortured, sold as properties.
55% of the murders.
And how about slavery? Over 12 million Africans stolen, tortured, sold as properties, built your banks, White House, legacy wealth.
That black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders.
And what about these serial killers? Oh, you don't want to talk about that. Because statistically, over 76% of serial killers are in the U.S. are white. And how about school shooters? Yeah. Oh, and let's not forget global extinction. Yeah, nearly every animal now endangered or extinct, white-led colonizers hunted for sport, fashion, and science. Yeah. And what about environmental destruction? You bulldoze the whole...
Go ahead, sister. Shout out to Elder Yaya Zahn for this clip, Elder. I know that's right. She's like, what about the animals? Somebody need to talk about the Chia's children. What about the animal? For sport. That kills me the way that kills me where it's fun. It's like fun to unalive. Like, you know how they shoot the birds? It's insane. They let the birds go to extra, what they call it? They call it something, skeet shooting or something. They like to see the birds fall out there. Boy, it's some wicked stuff. Oh, some wicked stuff. All right, so anyway. All right, let's let the sister, let me go back. That's how I said, I'm gonna let the sister handle this. Let the sister handle it. And remember, he called, oh, that's another thing. He said he really disrespected the black woman one time. I think I clipped it out. He said black women don't have the intellectual capacity because they're morons to be keeping. Oh man, this dude was nasty with his tongue on us, right? So also I said, you know what? Let's let the sister handle this. Since she want to say they ain't got no intellectual property and morons and all this stuff. All right, let's go back. Let me let the sister handle this. Light work.
School shooters. Yeah, killers are in the U.S. That because statistically, over 76% of serial killers are in the U.S. are white. And how about school shooters? Yeah. Oh, and let's not forget global extinction. Yeah, nearly every animal now endangered or extinct, white-led colonizers hunted for sport, fashion, and science? Yeah. And what about environmental destruction? You bulldozed the whole rainforests of this world, dumped oil in oceans, and then said climate change like it was a mystery. And let's not forget, you poisoned your own Europeans during the bubonic plague because y'all didn't believe in using soap. So before you speak on crime statistics, check the colonial body count. Yeah, I want to talk about this irony though.
I like she said the colonial body count. That's hilarious. I ain't even gonna talk about that Dark Ages bubonic plague stuff. When the Moors and the Hebrews was running off Spain and Europe and all that Jacobite era, they ain't even. I'm no disrespect. Let me not. But they had wooden teeth. They had teeth that were wood. They didn't brush the teeth. No, let's go back. Let's shout out to the righteous remnant that wasn't, who come to be led from the natural branch back to the Father in spirit and in truth. All right. I don't want this to make this a generalization thing. Let's continue. Let the sister continue.
Because y'all didn't believe in using soap change like it was a mystery. And let's not forget, you poisoned your own Europeans during the bubonic plague because y'all didn't believe in using soap. So before you speak on crime statistics, check the colonial body count. Yeah, I want to talk about this irony though. You all want to parent us now? You want to talk to us and talk down to us? You say black folks need to get their act together? Sir, y'all are the original baby's daddies, raping our women, selling our families, and now you're confused about single mothers? Your wives were sipping tea while your children suckled on the breast of black nannies.
Don't take my word for it. Read Thomas Sowell's own book on how black culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state.
Raping our women, selling our families, and now you're confused about single mothers? Your wives were sipping tea while your children suckled on the breast of black nannies. Did you forget? That's the origin of your wet nurse economy.
You see what I did there? Yeah. Y'all know I'll be putting in that work. I grabbed the clip from his Thomas Sowell or whatever he called that person.
That's the origin of black nannies. Did you forget? We're sipping tea while your mother?
He said about the nannies. Now listen, let me do it again. Watch what he said.
Don't take my word for it. Read Thomas Sowell's own book on how black culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state.
Raping our women, selling our families, and now you're confused about single mothers? Your wives were sipping tea while your children suckled on the breast of black nannies.
Facts. And y'all should point out, he said we subsidize that. You heard that part? She said, y'all the original baby daddies while you're graping. And not only that, they were graping more of the men than they were the women. That part. Okay? The serpent seeds.
While your children suckled on the breast of black nannies. Did you forget? That's the origin of your wet nurse economy. You stole our families and then had the nerve to blame us for the fracture. That's like robbing a man and breaking his legs and then calling him lazy for limping. And don't come for our music, our art, and our soul. You manufactured the whole hedonism and handed the record deals to those willing to sell their souls for the culture you corrupted. Yeah, you say our rappers don't challenge the rot? You own the labels, genius. But I'm gonna connect those dots from the plantation to the Pentagon, baby. See, it wasn't just slavery. It was the war on drugs, the FBI's COINTELPRO, the Tuskegee experiment, redlining, predatory loans, prison labor, Black Wall Street bombings, and forced sterilization. Oh, did you forget that? You all orchestrated the problem, blamed the victim, and then handed out Band-Aids and made that BS, okay? Even your DEI talking points are laughable. White women are the primary beneficiaries of affirmative actions. Did you hear that right? You parade black faces for photo shoots, the poster child, while your HR departments remain whiter than sour cream. We see it. But here's the uncomfortable truth, sweetie. We are the blueprint, not the afterthought. We are not just black. We are the descendants of the tribe of Judah, the royal priesthood you've tried to erase. And you know this, which is why your scientists study our DNA, your historians bury our truth, and your politicians silences our speech. You envy our melanin, our rhythm, our brilliance, so you commodify, crucify, and then cosplay it on TikTok. But guess what? You can't colonize the spirit, baby. Here's the inevitable reckoning truth, and the truth don't die, it rises. So here we are, sifting through your smoke screens, unearthing your stolen stories, and refusing to play nice with lies.
Black people.
Praise y'all. Let that rock for a second. Don't worry about what her name is, Wyatt. Just hear the word what she said. Just because someone drop a good word don't mean you follow people. All right? But praise y'all. You know, we going to use the truth. She dropped that. Drop it like it's hot. All right? Praise the Most High, the Spirit and the truth. All right. Let's continue. Mic drop, period. Facts. Here we go.
Refusing to play nice with lies.
Black people are allowed to talk about black culture in a way that white culture cannot.
You're not silenced, so stop it. You're sobered, and that sobering truth is this. You can't cancel us when we are the original.
Hold on. She got him because he already crying. White people can't talk about black people like black people can talk about white people, and that's not fair. I'm not fair. I'm scared of black people. I want to talk about black people like black people talk about black people. I want to be able to call black people niggas and tell them this, and I want to do this, and I want to do that. He's a little. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot. My condolences to his family and to the sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry. I just forgot for a second. Got to reel it back in. I mean, that's not funny. Lone wolf. It's not funny. Nothing's funny. Nothing funny. My condolences, truthfully, honestly, to his family and his children. Now that's true and honest. My condolences to his family. Let me continue. Let the sister handle this. All right. Here we go. So now I told y'all I gave her a little part at the beginning and I put it at the end where he was upset that white people can't just, you know, that that they can't just talk about it, black people and just all right. So here we go. Let's continue.
You're not silenced, so stop it.
Let me go back.
Culture cannot. Black people are allowed to talk about black culture in a way that white culture cannot.
You're not silenced, so stop it. You're sobered, and that sobering truth is this. You can't cancel us when we are the original signal, the source of the frequency, the soil from which God made humanity. You call us victims, but we are the verdict, and the jury is back.
Thank you, Brother Saudi. And that's why I straightened up and let truly from my heart my condolences to his wife and children. All right. Because we're children of the Most High at the end of it all, right? At the end of it all. No matter what. All right. Yeah, and we laugh here, but people don't understand and they might see it. All right, let's go. Now, you got to see the brother's clips, his stance, what he believes. All right? You got to see his belief points. All right? Now. Yeah. This part. Oh, good. It's only 10:58. So you got to see his belief points, right? Now, hold on. Let me go back. Share where I'm at. View the tab file. Go over here. Grab this video. Bang. Right? And then share this tab instead. Make it full screen. And play, baby, play. All right. You got to hear his viewpoints. Let me hear. Now y'all gonna hear Unc's viewpoints. Let's go. Now, these bankers, this puppet master show that's going on. The stage, the world stage. The world is a stage. It's a play. It's a play, and the play, the script is written by Hasatan. All right? Now, let's go. What is really happening? All right? As I said, they control everything that they show you. The world is a stage, and it's playing out the way that they designed it to play out. Everything that they show you and everything that they broadcast to you is strategically designed. Now, the world is a stage, and once again, on this lesson, the curtain is being rising on the stage. Brothers and sisters, children of the Most High, open your eyes. What you see playing out today on your television screens, on your cell phones, on your social media feeds, in the news headlines, none of it is random. It is not just disorganized chaos. It is controlled chaos. It is not just the way things are. Nah, what you're watching is a stage play today. This is all part of the script. It's a performance written and directed by powers far greater and far darker than most people can imagine. See, the Bible told us this truth long time ago. In this one script, I keep saying it, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places back from Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, Persia. This goes back. Book of Ephesians. See, we are not fighting each other. This is the ruse. We are actually caught in a performance that is orchestrated from the puppet master. This, all of us, every nation of people is being divided and conquered, and the performance is orchestrated on this world stage, and it's used to control, divide, and the ultimate goal is to destroy us. And tonight, I'm going to show you throughout history, through prophecy, through the word of the Most High, how these tactics have been used from antiquity and how they continue to be used today. This part, they're using it right now while they run around talking about, well, it's been 150 years. Hey, oh, the puppet master is still the stage, the theater is still running. See, the oldest trick in the book that they y'all watch that. Get that out the comment section before I get us struck. They'll be sending these. They'll send these covert things to get us a strike. We don't believe in no violence. We don't believe in that ain't this channel. All right. So if you truly believe that way to that brother, I understand, but you can't write that here. We're a ministry, and we're trying to teach a teaching, and that'll get it where nobody can see the fruit. I ain't in my emotion. All right. But if you're not a troll, then welcome to the house, and hopefully you can get some fruit from this lesson. But moderators, be on the guard. Get that right up out of there. I didn't say ban him unless he's a troll later. But yeah.
His name is concerning.
Yeah. What is? Yeah, it said. Yeah. Just y'all stay on the lookout for the trolls. You know they're gonna come tonight. All right. So the oldest trick in the book, guys, the oldest trick of all nations is the trick of divide and conquer. See, the ancient Romans, they had a phrase, and their phrase was called divide et impera. And that meant divide and conquer. See, this was the strategy of every empire. The strategy is, if you keep the people fighting among themselves, then they can never rise up against the powers, the factions. All right? The structure, the strategy of divide et impera of the Romans was keep them distracted, keep them confused, keep them emotionally filled with rage, and they will never actually see who is really pulling the strings. You keep them distracted and they can never see the puppet master. Mashiach, the Messiah himself, warned us of this. What did he say? He said, if a house be divided against itself, then that house cannot stand. That's the book of Mark 3:25. If a house be divided against itself, that's why they use divide et impera, divide and conquer. That's what they did with the man out of the house law that we broke down with the welfare. Separate the house, divide it, put the woman against the man, and it's still playing out full force today. They got black men and black women hate each other today. Oh, they go at it. Divide and conquer. And they doing it against nations, against groups of people, against all of it. They even try to show you that they two different what they call them, a Democrat, Republican, and it's really two wings of the same bird. So again, they dividing your intelligence by making you think that they're two separate factions when they're actually one serpent. First of all, they made you thought it was a bird when it's actually a serpent. Go ahead. What? Somebody gonna say something? All right, let me continue. Mashiach, the Messiah, he warned against this himself. He said, a house divided cannot stand. The house divided against itself. See, this principle is an eternal principle. That's why the Most High calls us to assemble. You understand? This is an eternal spiritual principle that the darkness know. We're not fighting against power. We're fighting against principalities and spirits. And they're fighting with tools, and people run around in the flesh don't understand. We've been battling against principalities since back from the ancient days. You heard? That our ancestors became Hebrew Canaanites and Phoenicians and Ugarit and Akkadians, and they became the Hebrew Canaanite Hebrew group of languages and all this type of stuff, becoming one with all these other nations. You understand? Dividing ourselves against ourselves. This principle of warfare is eternal. And those who rule the darkness, they know this principle all too well. So, when we traveled back, I broke down in the 1960s, they did the man in the house rule. And on the surface, America at the time, they claimed across the news when they bought this man in the house rule in the 1960s, America during this time was entering a new age of freedom and prosperity, right? It was going into the 60s and going into the 70s. There was a new age of prosperity and all this stuff. But beneath the surface, they was implementing sinister, dark policies, redlining, experiments, food, poverty neighborhoods, the welfare state. Separating, dividing, and conquering the home. You see? This was designed to destroy the foundation of the original black family, what they called black. You understand? The house, men in the house rule, where the welfare inspectors would come to the house and if they found a father, a man living there, then they would deny the family. See, this deceptive tactic that they told the sister to receive help, you would have to take the man who is the provider, the protector, the priest of the household, you have to remove him, and thus you can receive help. Thus you will be serving us, the serpent will be your priest. See, this policy created a generational curse to be traveled down, right? Force the fathers out. The children will be raised with no covering, no guidance, and a woman will be left to carry the burden alone. So the state became the provider. And thus the family unit was broken, divided. The Most High warns us of this in the scripture. He says, and as for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err. We back at again, error, and destroy the way of thy paths. Yashayaha 3:12, Isaiah. As for my people, children are their oppressors and women rule over them. This all prophecy. See, this was just fulfillment of prophecy, a weaponized policy to break the strength of a people, divide the home, and weaken the generations. And now, today, we have this incident that's just happened. I almost said his name, right? Welcome to the modern stage. Act 9, hold on. Act 6,666 on the world stage. All right? So when you fast forward today and you look at the headlines and you look at the way the media splashed it all over. Now you see the white people yelling at the black people yelling at the white people, and they posting the views of that brother who was unalived, his statements all over, triggering black people, triggering white people. You understand? Again, the media spinning. See, they amplifying this, what happened, not for truth, not for justice. They amplifying what happened to inflame tension between the races, between what they call the so-called blacks and the so-called whites. The goal of this amplification is not resolution, it's outrage. You know why? Because outrage is emotion. Outrage is chaos. Outrage fuels division. Outrage makes people click on the videos. Outrage triggers. Outrage is the push is the button. Outrage will blind you to the truth. The Most High speaks of this in the Bible. He says, a soft answer turneth away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. That's why we wouldn't let the brother come here and write that and leave that here. Probably a industry plant, a troll. Come here to try to put that here so the algorithm, the bots can think we speaking some hate over here and get our video flagged and stuff, as if we ain't shadow banned enough. And if he wasn't a troll, then you need to come out of all that rage and outrage. Nah, you need to heal, brother, and understand that this is prophecy. The Bible says a soft answer turneth away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger in your path. Book of Proverbs. See, but the stage managers of this world, they don't want Shalom. They don't want peace. They want us triggered. They want us in outrage. They want us to attack one another. They want us to see the world through the lens of race, a color of skin, party affiliations, ideology. They want us to see anything but the truth. They want us to hate, Resfly, facts. The devil of hate. See, now today, we have a brand new Coliseum. Y'all remember? Shout out to Sister Yeshua Hamashiach. Welcome back, sister. And sister, you have the freedom to be zealous for Yah. Just make sure, you balance yourself, but be zealous. Don't ever use your zealousness. I'm zealous too. And my zealousness, sister, they think, he angry. I ain't angry. The devil's a lie. I'm in truth, but I got passion for this word. You heard? That part. So I understand your passion. All right. Praise y'all. But guess what, everybody? Today we got a new Colosseum. All right? You remember the Colosseum that the Romans had, the gladiator school? Today we got a new gladiator school. You know what it is? It's called social media. We got, see, everything, nothing new under the sun. The Romans had their gladiator Colosseum. Today we got social media. The algorithms feed us what will enrage us. See, in the Colosseum, they would feed the animals flesh and blood before they would open the Colosseum gates for the black Hebrews who would be in the Colosseum, for the lions and the bears and them, for the games, the gladiator, right? Oh yeah, today it's the algorithm. They feed us flesh and blood in the algorithm to enrage us. They highlight the things that they know is going to trigger us to outrage, emotion. You understand? They feed us these things and they highlight the things that will divide us. And what they do, they shadow ban the voices of the truth. Me, I get shadow banned where they won't even let us get, they barely let us get 1,000 views. We should be millions. But if they would have left us alone, as you insane. I ain't boo-boo the fool. I know how to do math. The math ain't mathing. You understand? So the algorithms feed us that which they are, the puppet master are designing, that which will enrage us. They highlight the things that will divide us and they silence the voices that speak the truth and they amplify the voices of confusion and dissension and lies and deceit, right? See, children and the masses of people, they scroll endlessly, scrolling all day, not realizing they're entrapped inside of an arena where their emotions are the weapons in this Colosseum. Okay? Shaya'al, Paul, he spoke of this. He says, lest Hashatan should get an advantage of us, but we are not ignorant of his devices. I think that was 2 Corinthians. He says, we can't be ignorant of his devices. The Bible tells us be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. We got to be wise to his devices. I'm showing y'all this the new Colosseum. Social media. But the masses, they're really ignorant today. See, they don't see that behind every like, behind every share, that trending topics, behind the trending topics, there are powers that are scripting the show. This is the script on the world stage. They want to replace Yah's scripture with the stage, the world stage play scripting. You heard? The powers are scripting the show. All right? Welcome to the Colosseum. See, they sell us degradation, humiliation, give me another Asian, desecration, degradation, I said degradation, distillation, not distillation, trying to get some Asians. They sell us degradation for profit. Discrimination. Come on, Agyama. Y'all give me some Asians. If I was in rapper mode, I have plenty of them. Right? Discrimination. They sell us degradation for profit. This is why shows like Love and Hip Hop, they receive millions and millions of dollars of funding. What they call the hip hop hoes, right? They'll have we're on season 35 of Hip Hop Hoes of Hollywood, Hip Hop Hoes of Texas. We have the Hip Hop Hoes of Miami. We have Love and Hip Hop in here, right? They give them millions of dollars of funding. Know why? So they can push drama, betrayal, degradation, and sin into our homes. Yeah, Love Island, and this one marries this one, and all this foolishness. Degradation for profit. You get it? Because they know that if you degrade a people, if you celebrate darkness, chaotic sin acts, then you'll destroy the dignity over time of the people. Of the generation that's raised in this, there'll be an indignant people. Do you understand? When you normalize fornication, adultery, violence, and greed, you make sin look glamorous. You make sin look like something to be attained. You understand? You make sin look like what the children will want to attain over righteousness. Dag, I can't, they won't let me see. It was some brother that just came. I'm trying to see his name and they won't let me. That sucks, guys.
Leroy Green.
Leroy Green? All right, shout out to Leroy Green. All right? They won't let me. I can't even move the
No,
chat.
he looks like a troll, kind
He
of.
was a troll. All right, they gonna come in. Goodbye, Leroy. Goodbye. Go back to no, I don't want to do that. There's some good people named Leroy. Let me not let him take me out of my righteousness. That's it. Here we go to trolls. Take your degradation for profit somewhere else. All right. So make sure y'all watch what y'all putting in our chat, everybody. Don't be putting no stuff about, watch what y'all putting in this chat. Now, they know that if you degrade a people, right, and you'll destroy the dignity from the generations to come. So you'll have a generation of indignants. That's what's out there now. That's why they're running around and they don't understand the systemic order that actually promulgated this thing and propagated it. You understand? You got to look for the seed, the foundation to these things. Now they have normalized fornication, adultery, violence, and greed. And they have made sin to look glamorous. What to, right? The bag, chasing money, chasing, right? See, but the Bible tells us, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. Woe to them that put darkness for light and light for darkness. See, these TV shows, Love and Hip Hop and stuff, it's not for entertainment. It's for indoctrination, interdetainment. It's a performance that they pay a sellout group, like that sister said. They want to blame the rappers for the contracts that you know who own the labels, and they only give them that, but they're giving it to a people who've been decimated. They're giving it to a destructed people who've been taken from everything, right? So you giving them a breadcrumb and then blaming them for some of them for taking the crumb, not being strong enough. Somebody gonna take the crumb. They know that. It's all an agenda. This Love and Hip Hop, these shows are a performance designed to divide, destroy, and degrade. See, you got these powers that be, right? You got J.P. Morgan Chase and the Vanderbilts and the Vanderbulls and the, what's their names? Vanguard and BlackRock. What's that dude's name? They got these funny names. Finkel. What's his name? Fink. The World Economic Forum just made BlackRock Larry Fink. You know, they got these names, right? These powers, all right? They call them the elites. They used to call them the Illuminati. They used to call them, you can call them what you want. I call it what it is, right? All right? Now, oh, okay, good. Leroy, he said, I ain't no troll. Shout out to Leroy, brother Leroy, all right? Now, these are the puppet masters. They call them the shadowy rulers, okay? But the Most High actually in the laws of the Shamayam heaven, the dark rulers, they're the serpent seed, these houses, these bloodline families, right? To keep their bloodline pure, right? They got the master sheeple that they're using as puppets, us as well as the other nations of people, right? Now, these shadowy rulers, the ones, see, it ain't the ones that you see in open, it's the ones that you don't see, right? That's even over them, right? Now, they admit, because they have to, openly what their plans are. So, the new head of the WEF, World Economic Forum, Larry Fink, who owned BlackRock. I know who BlackRock is because I'm into digital currency because the world is going digital, and I'll be preparing y'all later about that. Because if you don't understand what they're doing, you better get down and understand, be wise as a serpent, know the devices of the adversary. All right? So I'll be walking y'all through how to get all y'all set up basics, because you're going to have to. Because if you don't, you'll be getting a digital currency later, but it'll be a central banking digital currency, and it'll be universal basic income. You'll be screwed. Woe to those who don't prepare. So the Most High gonna send his elect to teach y'all. I ain't selling y'all nothing to nothing, just gonna teach y'all the basics. For those who seek the Father's face, he always provides for his own. Don't ever think he never. He said, I'll never leave or forsake you. Here, no. The curses was for a time. He always gave us a way out. Now, Larry Fink of the, shout out to G. Felici, Larry Fink of the World Economic Forum, he's the head of it now. He said that we must force behaviors on the masses. Y'all could Google it. I ain't making it up. Google BlackRock, Larry Fink, WAF statement. He said we must force behaviors on the masses. Forced behavior. See, this is not, these are the bankers, the leaders. They used to call them Illuminati or whatever you want to call them, right? I call them the puppet master, all right, from the world stage, all right? The world is the stage. They're not here for leadership. This is manipulation. This is prophecy too, unfolding. The Bible says, for thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by their sorceries were all nations deceived. Book of Revelation 18. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth. These are the great men, the shadow people. For by their sorcery, pharmakeia, right? They put it all in the food. They own Halliburton and the food, and they do the spraying, and they do the weather manipulation and all that. They'll tell you that it's green, what they call it, climate control and all this foolish stuff. The shadowy rulers. You understand? The Bible tells us, the book of instructions tells us all, and they play by the rules of the Bible. Understand, they know that they are the principality. They know to call on their principalities and spirits in high places, and we better know to call on our principalities and spirits in the highest place. He is called the highest, not God, the Most High, the creator of all gods, the creator of all things, the Father, the Abba, the source. That part. See, they are not about leading. It's not about leadership. It's about tyranny, manipulation. It's prophetic. See, they are the merchants of manipulation. The Bible warns us, for the merchants were the great men of the earth. These are the modern day merchants of manipulation. They are using finance, monies. They're using laws and policies and the airwaves, because who is the prince of the airwaves? They're using the media to shape human behavior. This is to control not just what you do, but how you think, how you feel, and how you react. Manipulation, puppet master. See, what people don't realize is there are soulless people living among us. Everybody ain't got a soul. Oh, y'all think this is just they be thinking it's just made up. Oh, that Bible just made up. Well, then go to the book of Sumerian. Go to the Enuma Elish. Go to the Epic or whatever. Go to the what's the name library. Go to whatever. Go to whatever culture. Go to the Akkadians. Go to Sumer. Go to whatever you want. Go to Phoenicia. Whatever. It ain't just Bible. It ain't just the Hebrew. But all nations of people was talking about this. Everybody ain't human, bro. Oh, there's people amongst us that got no soul. Uh-huh. They look just like us. They talk just like us. Something is missing. The soul is missing. The compassion is gone. The empathy is absent. See, these people, they thrive off the R.I.P, the spirit of greed. What's the root of all evil? Come on, boy. Come on. Y'all know your Bible. Come on. I'm going to break this down, but I'm going to be, I do it with the word. What is the root of all evil? For the love of mammon. Not the money, not your dollar bill or your digital. The love of mammon is the root of all evil. Okay? So they live off greed. Their God is mammon. That's why he's on the back of the dollar bill. In God we trust. In mammon we trust. They live for greed, for violence, for lust, for disorder, for chaos, darkness. They are the soulless that walk amongst us. In ancient Egypt, in the hieroglyphs, they drew, the Egyptian Mizraim drew a lot of stuff. That's what I say, you got to go back. You got to go in the past to learn what's going on in the day. If you don't know your history, you can know where you're going. Let me tell you something. The ancient Egyptian, right, who drew us on the walls too, right, drew themselves, blacks, right? They drew people on the hieroglyphs, and they would have these individuals, and they would have a hole. It would be a hole you could look through. They did. They drew them with a big hole here. What people don't know is what they was drawing in the hieroglyphs. Those were the soulless. They were drawing people with no soul. They do everything in the hieroglyphs. That's our ancients. Oh yeah, it's all over the place. But people don't know. They don't know history, and that's the problem. All right? So, the scriptures describes the soulless people. It describes them as reprobates. I think Shaya spoke on them. I think it was him. He says, and even as they did not like to retain Yah in their knowledge, the Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful. Yeah, Diddy and stuff. They're doing the Diddy. I think that's the book of Romans. I think that's Shaya if I'm correct. All right? Yah gave him over to a reprobate mind. You understand? See, these are people with no natural affection. Their compassion is missing. Their empathy is absent. You see, they could just do this to a child. They could just, it baffles me. They can do this to an old lady, an old man. They can just, what kind of, these are reprobates. The soulless that walk among us, look like us. They have no mercy for the old head or the young. Oh yeah. They will sell you lies. They will sell you poison. They will sell you death, all while having a big smile on their face while doing it. And they'll sell out their own. So if that brother, our condolences to his family, if he's really unalive and he was one of, they'll sacrifice their own. Yeah, they will. To continue their agenda and stuff. They'll have people thinking you're part of their stuff. When you ain't part of nothing. You just a sheep. You just, boy, they ain't nothing but ultra perm. They're like, boy, you ain't nothing but ultra perm. Sorry, that's coming to America. You ain't nothing but ultra perm. Right? They'll make you think. So here you'll run around, Dava. They'll run around black people ain't this and black people ain't that, and there was no discrimination, and you'll play like you don't know that there was true discrimination. You'll play a fool, and you'll think you're going to be making it up the ranks, and you're going to be this, and you're going to be the next president, all this stuff, and then they sacrifice you for an agenda, just to, boy. That's why you be better off serving the Most High. Okay, that's these reprobates. Okay, they'll sell you whatever. They'll take all the seeds out of the food. They'll GMO manufacture stuff, no life and nutrient, and then take all the seeds and put it in a mountain for them. When the Most High said He gonna crush them out, it's like, I'm talking about this Bible, bro. This Bible. That's why, like, the only covering you got is the Most High. But they got religion, because they created that too. They control that too. They the Diddies. They did the Greco-Roman. They enslaved 72 of the Hebrew men, and they diddied them, enslaved them, made them write it into Greek, and then they wrote their likeness and image, and they created it, and they made it a Jesus character, and they made these characters, and He made them white, and He tipping through the tulips, and He's gay. I didn't mean to say that. He's zesty, right? He's zesty Manesty. They got his hands all up. He got like this. He throwing up his hands look like he been washing Palmolive soap dish liquid commercial. Like L'Oreal said, look like he doing a hand dish work, right? He got the globe over his head, right? He just love everybody, right? Then they say he was in Egypt, hiding against with the blacks and stuff, right? They got him all over there. He just loved everybody. Then they made a new God. They called him God. Took the Most High's name out over 7,000 times, so we don't come in His name. My people are called by my name. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are saved. Lavel, right? So that's what they did. That's the same reprobates, same serpent seed. They control religion too. Yeah, rewrote the Bible. Put Lord Baal. Put Baal, and they got this Jesus, and they say, Jesus, just, you know what they tell you how to get saved? Just say with your mouth that Jesus is Baal, and you be saved. Say Jesus is Lord. They know Lord is Baal, right? They made up Jesus, right? Because that's not Hebrew. He wasn't, right? And it's they sell you, it's crazy. The levels of manipulation and witchcraft is insane. And then they tell the people, right, who tell you that I can show you that the Lord is Baal, right? And then they say, you a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy theorist because I told you the Lord is Baal, but then they'll show you because the laws tell you that they got to show you.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, what is Baal? Yes, B-A-A-L.
Right? So then they show you, right? And then they get mad at the people who want to tell you that, guys, that's right? And they're like, well, we don't care. Jesus is Lord. And then they have them run around saying they saved, and the Bible ain't nobody made it past the judgment. The other person said, well, the brother who, my condolences to his family, they said he's in heaven with God. The Bible, ain't nobody in heaven. The Bible don't even say it. It's crazy. Yo, their work is crazy. They're good at their work. The soulless who walk among us. They'll sell you lies. They'll poison your food and sell you the poison food. They'll sell you death and tell you it's life. They'll sell you transgression and tell you it's salvation. Oh, come on, talk to me. And they'll give you a smile while they don't believe in your fool. The Romans, they diddied the 70 elders. They graped them. They was running around with the togas and the Spartans and all that. They were doing the 300. They were 300. They was all 300 people in relationships. They said that if we get them, as long as they're lovers, and if somebody unalive their lover, they'll fight more harder to revenge the love. They were coming to Diddy's. This was Diddy. And they got some of the New Testament. They wrote all that. Y'all tripping. Somebody done told y'all wrong. Them Hebrews, then they conquered Egypt. Egypt was the strongest power. They went in, Diddy, the Pharaoh and them, right? And then they had, what's that dude name? Not Pharaoh. What they call the one? Ptolemy, right? And then that's where they get the Alexandria Library. That's Alexandria the Greek, the Alexandria the Greek. They call him the Great. Alexandria the Booty McNooty. They went in there and conquered and created, took Egypt. Not that's when Egypt was white. And sure enough was. There was a time. Sure enough was. And rewrite their stuff. And no, I'm talking about Ptolemy and them, the rulers of Egypt, those dynasties, the Ptolemy era. That's when the Greeks was running it, right? And they created that stuff, right? Built down Alexandria Library, came on everything. Then the Romans came and took it another level. And they turned it to Sunday worship from the Sabbath day, Sol Invictus, it's all. And then they got all these people running around in the name of the Lord. I'm in the name of the Lord, and the Lord. Just come on down, sin all week. Come on Sunday, Sol Invictus Day, and say Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Baal, and I'm saved. I ain't make it past the judgment, but I'm saved. How you saved? Yeah. These are the soulless among us. They'll sell us lies, sell us poison, all while having a smile doing it. See, there are patterns to controlled chaos. See, all the way from Babylon to Rome, patterns of controlled chaos. From the 50s, the 60s, to the 90s, 2000, 2020s, the patterns are the same. Controlled chaos. A world with a script to keep us divided, distracted, and deceived. See, in the Bible it says, the thing that hath been, it is that which shall be. And there's no new thing under the sun. So ain't nothing new. It's always going to be the same old script. But if you don't know the scripture, then you won't know their play script on the world stage. So they rewrite the scripture and put their likeness, image, and the law of all. You don't got to do nothing. You just have faith. But the Messiah said faith without works is dead. You got to do something. We don't got to do nothing. All I got to do is say out my mouth that Jesus is Baal, that Jesus is Lord, and I'm saved. And I can just come on back, put some money in the basket, do the devil walk, right? That little church devil walk they be doing, right? Nothing new under the sun. See, what they did then, they're doing the same thing now. The costumes change. Oh, my video stopped. Y'all ain't tell me. I don't know how long it stopped. Y'all like, well, just teach the word. We don't care. We'll teach the word to a black screen. Why ain't tell me? How y'all gonna tell me next time? Interrupt me and say it. All right. Now, I'm gonna get to another video in a second. I'm almost finished my breakdown. Let me close my break, and then I got another video coming for y'all. I got some fruit coming. All right, real good fruit. Now, y'all was listening. That's good. I'm better. I need y'all to focus. I'm glad y'all focused. Good. All right. Good. Thank you, Lafayette. Thank you, G. Felici. All right. Now, so nothing new under the sun. The same pattern that they did then is the same thing they doing now. Right? The Bible tells Ecclesiastes 1, that thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and there is no new thing under the sun. Right? But the only difference is the stage set changes. They change you know how they do in Hollywood, they change the set. They put new for the times, right? The costumes change, right? The props on the stage change. The actors change. Us, the people they use to act, but the script stays the same. Nothing new under the sun. That's why the Bible script stays the same. The Bible itself is 360. It's complete. It's kalalaya. Kalalaya is the completion of the Most High. It's 360. It's self-contained. Salvation is in the pages. How to come back to the Father. The Father is salvation. And he is in day 1 to day 7 from Barashayat, Genesis, walking on back from from Revelation 22 to Genesis, day 1 to day 7, and you get back to salvation. The Messiah came to walk you back to the Father. Not Israel, that's part of the journey. Not Corinthians, part of the journey. Not Book of Romans, part of the journey. Not Colossians, part of the journey. Not Deuteronomy, part of the journey. Not Leviticus, not Numbers, not Book of Kings, part of the journey. Not Judges, part of the journey. Oh, no, not the prophets, part of the journey. Not Genesis. Don't care that you got to the end of the book. Not part of the journey. The garden. Day 1 to day 7 before sin was brought into the world. Before they get kicked out of the Most High's Ayadan, his presence. Back into his first estate. The first world when he created us to very good. His presence, because at the end, we're trying to make it back to what? His new kingdom and his presence. Y'all keep on walking back to day 1 to day 7. Read it. And then read Genesis 3 and 6, 6, and see the beast enter the world. Sin is the beast. Everything else is just marks of that beast. You heard? All that stuff, the thing under the thing written in your forehead, all that crap, marks of that beast. Those marks been going on since Adam and Hayavah. The foolishness got us in this mess. Transgressed. See, the actors change. Us, the generations. The costumes change. The stage props change. But their script for the stage play stays the same. So, the final act of the play is for us to resist. That's the final play. Stage. Resist the stage play. Say no. Just say no, like Nancy Reagan. Say no to the script. It's simple, but it's not that easy on the stage because they offer you like they did those sisters with the welfare, get the dads out of the home. They gave them sister, they saw the other sister. Next you know, a sister come up driving a car. They're like, girl, Shashane, how'd you get that car? Well, I went through the system. My kids are in daycare. They paid for me. They gave my health care. They paid for me to go to this training school. And I got this job through the system. I'm a nurse's aide. And they hooked me up. And now I got this loan. And she pull up in a new car. They like, I'm about to kick his natural born black butt out the house. You understand? Us black men, we could, boy, we look like the way Adam looked to Eve when Hasatan pretty butt came over to her. Was like, look at this little nappy head lock dude over there tending to the garden. We look like cabbage soup. We look, I don't know, some of y'all might like cabbage soup. I don't know what food. We look like, I don't know, we look crazy. Right? Them sisters in those them sisters was like, man, you know that man came home from work and had an argument that night. You know, he walked into his house, right? He didn't work about 3-4 jobs, right? The sister didn't sell him out to the system, that sister. He come home, and you know when the sister, you could feel it before you get through the door. You could feel a sister's energy, right? When it's a problem. See, Laurie, I said I love cabbage soup. I didn't even know that was a thing. I just made that up, and that's why I knew I was going to be offending somebody. I'm like, somebody going to be like, oh, I like cabbage soup. You know doggone well that man came home from work with all the other sisters and took the welfare stuff and kicked the man. And she holding on for dear life. He come home and he don't smell nothing cooking. You know that's it. He come home, ain't nothing cooking. He like, where is this? He see her, she over there fuming. Oh, Lord. He tired. He done been working. The boss trying to get him fired. And she like, Sister Shashay got a new car. You like, oh, man. You like, listen, we ain't about to have this argument again. And then, you know, man be like, you know what, you want to take that stuff, then take it. Because that's how we get. I know that's how I be. You know what I mean? Just take it then, whatever, bro. I'm breaking my neck. I'm doing the best I can. And I can't keep up with Mr. Charlie. Now, we didn't know about the curses. It'd been easier if we'd been able to say, man, look and do the 100 knee. This is supposed to happen. But that had to play out. It was part of the prophecy. We ain't had nothing to go off. We just look, as men, we just look like failures. Right? System against us. So the answer to resist the play, the answer is simple, but it's not easy to do in this world because the temptation of the world, get the bag, get the money. See, the first step, like I said in the last lesson, don't take the bait. Don't let them trigger you. That's why I started out this lesson tonight and I said, everybody, don't be calm. Be careful what's going on right now. They're playing a game. The stage is set. They're making a move, right? A flag or whatever they do. You know, I don't know if it's a false flag, if it's real, it don't matter, right? It doesn't matter. They made a play. So it's not really safe for Black people because they're really triggered over, you know, they got some of these people. That's why I showed the first clip of that white dude emotionally triggered over this. So you got to be very careful where you go. Be careful. Don't argue with nobody. Don't even entertain people. Just mind your business, keep it moving, but keep your eye on swivel everywhere you at. I wouldn't be surprised if other things happen for them to keep triggering the play. So the first thing is don't let them trigger you with their events, the acts of their play. Don't fight your neighbor. The Messiah's law is love thy neighbor as you love yourself, right? But they'll want us to fight our neighbor, right? Whether it's your brother and sister from your own nationality or your neighbor for those who are not of this fold. This is exactly what they want. All right? Another thing is to know the truth and live the truth and to try to be righteous as you can in this dark. And yeah, come on, G. Felicia, kill with kindness. That's exactly where I'm going. Be righteous and, like she said, kill, or sorry, like they said, I don't know if it's a brother or a sister, kill with kindness, not unalive, but diffuse with kindness, with respect, with your righteousness. And the Most High will cover you. He won't allow that harmful darkness to hurt. I swear to you, I'm just speaking what I know. I'm telling you, he'll deflect a bullet. It'll be a bullet that will be coming towards you, but because you kept your righteousness through all the dark stuff and you did not become dark, let it trigger you and make you dark, they can't even shoot you with a bullet. It'll deflect. I'm sorry. I know some don't believe, but I live this and I walk it, and you got to believe and understand the faith, the belief, guys. You got to know the truth and you got to walk in it. The Bible says, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. In the Revelation, do not be partakers of this chaos. Don't let it trigger you. Her sins. Her is the mother whore, daughter of Babylon, daughter and mama. Whore, Babylon, come out of her, my people. Don't be partakers of her mess. Come out of the staged drama. They're trying to give you an assigned role. Deny the role. Do not play in their performance. Refuse to let them trigger you and divide you. Refuse to be conquered. And then prepare. As I said in the last lesson, put on the whole armor. Bookmark this channel. Subscribe. They're gonna unsubscribe you. They're not going to let you know the notifications. You're going to have to willfully prepare. And remember, every Wednesday, every Friday, we live. Watch the replays. All we teach is spiritual warfare. It's just a lot of people probably might see some of this because of the title, because of what's going on today, the stage. But you have to prepare because their script on the world stage is almost at its final scene. Listen, I know y'all feel it. They know it, the darkness. all these serpent seeds powers that be, they know that the final curtain is about to fall. You know what the final call is? The judgment is on its way, the day of Yah. So brothers and sisters, and I'm about to show a clip right after I finish this. It's 12 o'clock. I don't know, I'll see. I got another clip. Brothers and sisters, the world is a stage. Remember, the actors are many. The deception from the deceivers is deep. But the truth of the Most High is eternal. It is the power. The truth is the power, the life, eternal life. You hold fast to the true word of the Most High. Do not be triggered. Do not be divided. Do not fall for the performance. Every false actor will be exposed. Nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Everything is in our scripture, bro. Book of Luke. I think it's Luke 8. Nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. He will show you what's behind the curtain. He'll show you what's behind door number 1 and door number 2. May the Most High cover and bless you all in spirit and in truth. Do I go into the other one? Yeah. I'll probably cut it and then do part 3, but I want to go into it. I'm going to go into the other one. Yeah, I am. Listen, because I need to do this because I want y'all to understand that they want to divide us. You understand? They want you to look, they want all black people to look at all white people as wicked and evil. They want all white people to look at all black people as wicked and evil, while they, the puppet master, play both against each other. There's a remnant from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people that will stand before the Most High, clothed in white robes. See? Of every nation, kindred, tongue, people, and tongue. He ain't leave out one. A remnant, a small amount. So this is the concoction. But I want y'all to see this clip. I know, yes. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to this video. Listen to this white brother expose their lies and their systematic degradation against the original seed.
Whether we want to acknowledge it or not. And if we don't acknowledge it, see, it's very hard for us to move forward because we're so busy saying, you're a racist, but I'm not. You're prejudiced, but I'm not. You've got bias, but I don't, that we can't even see ourselves in the work. But let me tell you something. This thing can affect everyone, even no matter how progressive you think you are, no matter what kind of progressive home that you were raised in. And I know this from personal experience because I've seen it in my own children. My wife and I have 2 daughters. They're 14 and 12. But when they were 7 and 5, one Sunday afternoon, we're sitting around and it's raining out, right? Can't really go to the park. So we're looking for looking for a movie to watch on the cable satellite deal or whatever, right? So we're flipping around the on-demand Comcast thing and looking at trailers, looking at commercials for different movies. And we come across the trailer for the movie Evan Almighty. If y'all remember that, it was comedy where Steve Carell plays a congressman and Morgan Freeman plays God, and Morgan Freeman tells Steve Carell that a big flood is coming and he should build an ark like Noah and ride it out. You know, it's sort of cute. It's like the modern retelling of the Noah and the ark story, I guess. Yeah. And as it turns out, my wife and 2 daughters had already seen the film at the theater, so they didn't necessarily want to watch it again that Sunday, but because they had seen it, they recognized the actors on the trailer and they recognized some of the dialogue, right? So it got their attention. And the youngest of my daughters at that time, Rachel, right? She's 5 years old. She looks up and she does what any 5-year-old would do. She says, "Daddy, is that God?" pointing at Morgan Freeman, right? In the flowing white robes in the role of God. And I thought that was sort of cute because that's exactly what you would say at 5, right? I mean, like when you're 5, you don't know anything about the Screen Actors Guild or like casting directors, right? You just figure maybe God wanted to make a movie. And if God wanted to make a movie, odds are God could get the movie made. Like, it wouldn't be hard for God. Now, one would hope that he would make a movie that, got better than 23% on Rotten Tomatoes, but at least in theory, this could get done. So my 5-year-old asked the question. I sort of laugh at it. I'm like, no, Rachel, no, that's not God. That's just an actor. That's Morgan Freeman. He plays God often. He'll probably be in this role again. He sort of gets it over and over and over. But it's just an actor playing a part. And she's like, oh, okay, good, cool. And I thought the conversation was over with, right? But it wasn't. Because then the 7-year-old, Ashton, looks up. Now she's interested in this conversation. She looks up. She sees Morgan Freeman in the role of God, looks at her sister, starts to laugh, and she goes, Rachel, that can't be God. And I knew in that moment 2 things, as surely as I knew my own name, right? One was that I was going to have to ask her why not. And secondly, I already knew what her answer was going to be before I ever asked her the question. But I knew I had to ask it. Now, I was hoping for some help from my wife. So I looked to the left where she was sitting, and I got nothing at all, except the look that was like, yeah, smartass, this would be your area of expertise. I really got nothing for you. I might take some pictures and scrapbook this precious moment, but beyond that, I got nothing. So I knew it was on me. I looked back at my daughter and I asked her the question. I said, why? Why can't that be God? And in the moment before she answered, I had this fantasy, this really brief blip of a fantasy in my brain where she was going to give me a really great answer. Not the one I'm expecting, but one that I'm hoping for. Like, well, Daddy, that can't be God because God is a woman. That would have been cool. That's not what she says. I'm also thinking maybe she'll say something like really deep and philosophical, like some existentialist answer like, oh, Father, what is God anyway? But she was 7, so she didn't give me that. Instead, she gives me exactly what I knew she would. She says, that can't be God because God isn't black, God is white. Now, please know this, and it probably won't surprise you to learn if you didn't already know, we don't have any racialized images of a deity in our home. We don't have any images of a deity at all in our home, but certainly no racialized images of a God, right? We never allowed those awful, one might say god-awful if one was intended to giving puns, and right, those god-awful children's Bible books that permeate the South. If you're from the South like I am, they have them in every damn pediatrician's office, right? The blue books, the Bible series, because, that's what you need when you get your booster shot is a little God talk. That's really important, So they have these god-awful blue children's Bible stories, the ones that make Adam and Eve look like they were in the Garden of Sweden, right? Right, Adam looks like
yo, that was crazy. That was crazy work right there. He said he made Adam and Eve look like he was in the Garden of Sweden. That's hilarious, Wristfly. Wristfly like, hey, I'm in Sweden. That was really funny. All right, hold on. That was funny.
Right. Please know this, and it probably won't surprise you to learn if you didn't already know, we don't have any racialized images of a deity in our home.
Sorry. Let me go
we don't have any images of a deity at all in our awful, if one was intended to giving puns, and right, those god-awful children's Bible books that permeate the South. If you're from the South like I am, they have them in every damn pediatrician's office, right? The blue books, the Bible series, because, that's what you need when you get your booster shot is a little God talk. That's really important, So they have these god-awful blue children's Bible stories, the ones that make Adam and Eve look like they were in the Garden of Sweden, right? Right? Adam looks like Justin Bieber. I mean, like old school with the bob Justin Bieber, not like ripped and tattooed Justin Bieber. I mean, like old school Justin Bieber. It's absurd, right? The idea that the first
Adam look like Justin Bieber. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. Let me let him go.
First human beings look like that, right? Obviously absurd. There's God, right? Tattooed Justin Bieber. I mean, like old school Justin Bieber. It's absurd, right? The idea that the first human beings look like that, right? Obviously absurd. There's God, right, in the clouds, Santa in the sky, white dude, all the biblical characters in the Bible, children's books, white people, even though they were in a part of the world where there are no white people, right? So even though we don't have that in Our home, my child, has nonetheless already at the age of 7 somehow internalized the idea that the creation source of the universe, whether taken in religious terms or humanistic and more naturalistic terms, is somehow closer to her than to Morgan Freeman. And if my daughter has internalized that, what do you think black and brown children internalize when they see the same imagery? And they see those images. They see them in the stained glass of our churches. You see them in the Christmas cards that get sent around every holiday season where baby Jesus is in the manger in what apparently is Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, rather than the other Bethlehem. Right? Lily white Jesus, which makes no sense anthropologically, biologically, historically, makes no sense at all. But our children see those images and it can affect them. Now, if you were to try to break into my house and hurt my children, I would kill you. Without hesitation. I don't even have a gun, but I would find something and I would throw it at you and you would die. Like, it's just that simple. I would make sure that you died, right? If you were to try to hurt my kids. I'm not saying that because I'm a badass. I'm just saying like I'm just letting you know, like, don't mess with my children. But the problem, right? The problem is that there is something coming into that house.
Ooh.
And it is hurting my children and it's hurting all of our children and it's hurting us. And I didn't even know it was there. See
Oh, come on, brother Tim. Come on, Tim. See, that's why I said, my condolences to the other person's family and all that. But come on, brother Tim. All right, let's bring some balance. He's correct. It came into the home. And it's like, I said that with my baby girl. Where did that come from? Right? I'm like, I never taught her that. Right? And you get this.
Which doll is the black doll? And which one is the white doll?
That one.
Which doll is the pretty doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the bad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? And which doll is the bad doll? And why is that doll pretty?
Because he's white and he has 2 eyes.
Which doll is the ugly doll? Why is that doll ugly?
Because he's black.
And you get that. Let's continue with Brother Tim. And you get that. Let's continue.
Doors are locked at night, the windows are shut, the alarm is on, and whatever this thing is doesn't know the code, but the dirty little secret is it doesn't need to. It weasels its way into our children's brains and affects them. That's how I know that we've all ingested this poison, and we better own that if we're going to have an honest dialogue. It's not about feeling guilty about it. In fact, that's the beauty of it, right? If we've all been subjected to it, there's no reason to feel guilty because we could not have helped but ingest it. The question is, what do we do now? How do we take responsibility, which is not the same as guilt? Responsibility is what you take because of the kind of person you are. Guilt is what you feel for the stuff you've actually done. Those are two different things. We take responsibility for things even when we're not to blame for them. So that's the first piece. The second piece, the systemic piece.
I like what he said there. He said we take responsibility for the actions of our ancestors, what they have done. Do y'all not know that the so-called black people, until they take responsibility of what our ancestors did to the Most High and repent, we thus stay cursed? And he's correct. The other nations, no matter what land you come from, if your nation did an atrocity versus a group of people, they take an accountability and responsibility and make a remuneration, right? And repair the breach. You understand? Repent for it. He's correct. I like that he said that. Not guilt. But they playing the guilt. Well, I didn't do it. It wasn't no, not guilt, responsibility. I didn't do what my ancestors did. I didn't say, let the Messiah's blood be on us and our children. I didn't say, unalive the Messiah. I didn't do that. But I have to take the responsibility because it's passed down. It's called generational. That was a good word, what he said. The volume is low? Everybody, is the volume okay? It shouldn't be. It should be. It should be good.
Fine.
It's just you, Just Darling. You gotta turn up your thing. The volume's good.
Right? Our inability or our
Charlie, I'm just Darling's here. Girl, I'm gonna pop you. Where you been? I thought about you, I think about a week ago or something. Like, just where's this girl? I'm like, where's this girl? I told y'all, I'm a real I'm a real man of y'all. I know every last one of y'all who come here. And if you come enough times, I'll know who you are. And if you go away I know you left. I feel the riot, the spirit. And I think, I just hope they still in y'all's image, and like hopefully they watching some of the videos. Where you at? All right, Charlie, you girl. Boy, y'all have no idea. I am definitely that uncle. I'm that uncle that'll call you out at the cookout too. Where you been, girl? What you got on? Take that off. What you, girl, running around here? All right, let me continue with the lesson. I apologize. Let's continue.
There's no reason to feel guilty because we could not have helped but ingest it. The question is, what do we do now? How do we take responsibility, which is not the same as guilt? Responsibility is what you take because of the kind of person you are. Guilt is what you feel for the stuff you've actually done. Those are two different things. We take responsibility for things even when we're not to blame for them. So that's the first piece. The second piece, the systemic piece, right? Our inability or our lack of willingness to admit that there's also a systemic element to racism, that it's not just about personal prejudice. If it were, it'd be so much easier, right? Because we could just educate people out of their biases, right? And we could somehow undo their personal stuff and everything would be fine. But there's a bigger problem, and it's systemic. It's the way that policies and practices and everyday procedures reinforce inequality between different racial groups, even if there's no overt bigotry in the room. What do I mean by that?
Come on. See Westfly? Let Brother Tim break it down. All right? And that's why I said that other dude who was just, he know this stuff, but they try to play ignorant. Ain't no systemic racism, ain't no systemic nothing.
Bigotry in the room. What do I mean by that? Let me tell you a story to make that one. And it's systemic. It's the way that policies and practices and everyday procedures reinforce inequality between different racial groups, even if there's no overt bigotry in the room. What do I mean by that? Let me tell you a story to make that point. And it's a story about my own life. I am from the South. I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee. I've lived in the South all my life, 10 years in New Orleans, the rest of it in Nashville. 5 months in Houston, but we don't talk about that. No offense to Houston, I'm just saying, like there are reasons and we will not discuss them. So growing up in Nashville, I went to school in public schools at a time when they had really just become truly integrated. That may seem sort of hard to believe because theoretically, right, the Supreme Court outlawed segregation back in 1954, but as was the case in Nashville, so too was it the case all throughout the South, that very few school systems actually moved toward real desegregation for about 20 years. So it was 1974, the year that I started first grade, that the school system in Nashville was actually truly integrated all the way down to the first grade level. And so by 1979-80, my fifth grade year, right, there were a lot of teachers in that system that had been in there for a really long time. Like they had been teaching since the days of segregation, and they were the kind of people that really preferred the days of segregation, right? So they didn't like having to teach black kids now, but what they really didn't like was having to teach white kids who hung out with black kids. And that was me. See, I told you before, most of the time when we say we have black friends, we're lying. In my case, I pretty much didn't have anything but black friends for the first several years of school because I went to preschool at a historically black college when I was 3 years old. Tennessee State University early childhood ed program. So most of my peers were black kids. So when I got into public school, that's who I was hanging out with. That's who I played ball with. That's who I played on the playground with. That's who I sat in the cafeteria with. And there were teachers who not only didn't like the black kids, but really didn't like me, particularly because of my affinities, both culturally, linguistically, and artistically with black folks. These are the early days of hip hop. And I was that kid. Like I was the white.
Now it makes sense. Makes sense why he's dropping it. Make shout out to Sister Kelly Perry and Marawa Yah. Now it makes sense. All right. Makes sense, Brother Tim.
Only didn't like the black kids, but really didn't like me, particularly because of my affinities, both culturally, linguistically, and artistically with black folks. These are the early days of hip hop. And I was that kid. Like I was the white kid that hung out when we would have like rap battles. And I'm not going to do that shit now because it would be tragic. But in those days, like 79, 80, you could be really bad at that in Nashville and you were still the best on the block, right? Because it was Nashville. It wasn't Brooklyn. It wasn't the Bronx, right? So the teachers really had a problem with who I hung out with and the music that I listened to and who my friends were. And there was one particular teacher, Mrs. Crownover, who was most offended by it. And so one day I get a report card. I have a D- in a reading class, which was what she taught, right? And my mom freaked out because reading was like the one thing I could do, right? If it was a math class, she would have totally not even blinked. She'd have been like, well, at least you didn't fail, you know? Good for you. You got it up from the F last time, you know? But in this particular case, I've been reading since I was like 2.5, right? So she sort of freaks out. She schedules a parent-teacher conference. She goes to talk to Miss Crownover. And within about 30, 45 seconds, she realizes that grade had nothing to do with my actual effort, let alone my attitude, let alone my ability to read. It had to do with my social circle because Miss Crownover looks at my mom within the first minute of the meeting and says, any white parent that would send their kids to public school in this day and age, meaning an integrated day and age, obviously isn't fit to be a parent. They've lost their mind. This, by the way.
Pause. Thank you. They not letting me see the chat. I can only see like pieces. So I didn't even see that there was donation. Thank you, Marawa Yah, for your donation. And thank you, G. Felici. Thank you so much, children of Yah. I humbly receive. Thank you so much for the donation. I didn't mean to stop the show, but they blocking my chat. I can't see the chat. So thank you, children. All right.
Way is not what you want to say to my mother. So within a day or two, she organized, let alone my attitude, let alone my ability to read. It had to do with my social circle because Miss Crownover looks at my mom. Within seconds, she realizes that grade had nothing to do with my actual effort, let alone my attitude, let alone my ability to read. It had to do with my social circle because Miss Crownover looks at my mom within the first minute of the meeting and says, any white parent that would send their kids to public school in this day and age, meaning an integrated day and age, obviously isn't fit to be a parent. They've lost their mind. This, by the way, is not what you want to say to my mother. So within a day or two, she organized with some other parents, and within 2 or 3 or 4 days, she had very directly and unceremoniously made sure that Mrs. Crownover was relieved of her income and her professional duties from there on out. She was forced into early retirement, as she should have been. So good for my mom. On the one hand, that's great. We got rid of the bigot. But remember, I told you it wasn't about individual bigots. It was about systems. And so here's the problem.
Come on. Come on, Tim. He said, I told you, yeah, you got rid of one, but it's not just one, it's the whole system. Come on, Tim. Go ahead. All right, let's continue.
Even as my mother took action, as she should have, to remove this racist from the classroom where she had no business teaching, right? But the problem was that after Miss Crownover was gone, I went back into a school system that every day, in a very subtle but pernicious way, was sending the same kind of message that Mrs. Crownover was trying to send, which is white students are better, black students are lesser, and they shouldn't be together. How was the system sending that message? Very easy. By putting almost all the white kids in the honors and the advanced level classes, no matter what kind of students we were. I was a lousy student. I wasn't a good student till like last week. I literally got my shit together like Tuesday of last week, right? I wasn't a good student, but I was always in the honors track. And the black kids, no matter how bright they were almost always in the standard or the remedial level track and never moved up no matter how well they did. So the
See, West Fly, he's talking about the systemic, all right?
System was sending a message by dividing us and saying that it was division based on ability, but it wasn't. They were sending the message that Crownover was sending. They didn't even need her there to send it, you see. And my mother never saw that. And I never saw that. It went right over our heads. And that's not just a 1979 story. That continues to happen today. Right now in this country, students of color are half as likely to be placed in advanced placement and honors classes compared to white students. Students of color are half as likely to be taught by the most experienced teachers. White students twice as likely to have the most experienced teachers, right? Black and Latino students 2, 3, even 4 times more likely to be suspended or expelled, even though they do not break the rules more often than white students. That's the belief, but it's not true. There have been 14 different studies. They all find the same thing, that the rates of serious school rule infractions are virtually identical across racial lines. People bringing drugs to campus, equally across racial lines. People bringing weapons to campus, actually white men more likely to bring guns and knives to campus in K-12 schools than black men or Latino men, contrary to popular belief, but that's what the Centers for Disease Control research says. But who is it that's getting caught? It's black kids and Latino kids. They're the ones getting searched. They're the ones getting detected. They're the ones getting suspended and often prosecuted. Whereas white students are doing the same thing, doing drugs just as much, bringing weapons just as often, if not more so, and escaping notice. So that's still happening. That's a system, and it doesn't require one overt racist in the classroom for that to continue, right? So that becomes a problem. We have to do more than just look at the individual. We have to look at the way that structures operate, sometimes without us even realizing it's happening. Because if we don't do that, we can get rid of every individual bigoted cop or every individual bigoted teacher or any individual bigoted employer. We can sue them, I guess, in court, and maybe people can even win those lawsuits. But what does that really change unless we take aim at those institutional policies that keep recreating inequality?
Come on, Rich Fly. It doesn't change the hidden system.
The third piece, our unwillingness to see how history affects the present, how the past and the present mix. We really don't like this. We really don't want to talk about this. And when I say we, I mean those of us called white especially. There are people of color who don't necessarily always want to engage it either, but especially those of us called white. We'll say things like this when people of color bring up racism. We'll say, well, why can't you just get over it? You know, all of that slavery stuff was a long time ago. In fact, Louis C.K. has this really funny bit, right, where he jokes about how white people have just moved the date of slavery further and further and further back. Like it used to be slavery was 100 years ago because it was. And then it was slavery was 125 years ago because it was. And now it should be slavery was 150 years ago. But we'll actually say things like that was hundreds and hundreds. That was like 1,000 years ago where we've had slavery for 500 years. When in fact, it's very much within the lifetime of people in this room's great-great-grandparents, even sometimes great-grandparents. And in fact, de facto slavery extended well past the Emancipation Proclamation. There were people of color being sent back into virtual enslavement all throughout the first 30 years of the 20th century, being made to work in the mines in places like Birmingham, coal mines there and elsewhere, going back to the very plantations from which their grandparents and great-grandparents had been emancipated as sharecroppers, as tenant labor, tenant farmers, right? So in fact, slavery isn't that long ago. Segregation certainly isn't that long ago. But here's the point. We don't want to talk.
Ain't this refreshing to hear the truth? It's not that but just to hear the truth besides the other ones just spewing lies. It just hurts your soul. See, a lie and the truth is spiritual. The truth is of Yah, the lie is of the adversary, right? So yes, G. Felicia, she said, I can't see it now. I was going to say it when I seen it written.
It's a man.
It's a man. What did he say? His last comment, he said something about, I was going to say it. Oh, the Caucasian is a brother in truth. Yes. And I think Lavia said he invited to the cookout. Yeah, he definitely at the cookout, right? But it feels so refreshing after hearing all the slander, that those vicious words against the trauma. There's no way I'm going to go to India and go to the untouchables in those huts and caves when they got no shoes and flies and no food and just say, you need to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you need to do this and do this, when they got systemic oppression that's been applied against those people by their own kind for years, right? Now, they didn't have the chattel slavery, but the systemic, and the results are they still have the results. Classism, you understand? It's just, who could do that to a people? Meaning, take their trauma and rewash it off and act like it ain't happened, it didn't happen and all that. That's a soulless individual. The Bible calls them reprobate. That's why I broke down the soulless. All right, so it's refreshing to hear the truth. It just feels good, right? And I'm glad that it's actually coming from someone that they can see as white, because that's part of the puppet master's play, is to make you hate all white people, right? Like, you can't make me hate John Brown. You can't make me hate some of them who helped our ancestors, hid them in the bottoms of their houses when some of the other whites and some of the other wicked and the Sambo blacks and the sellout, whatever. Nah, love your neighbors, you love yourself, and you know them by their fruit. The puppet master will make you part of their script. All right, let's let Brother Tim continue.
Talk about it. And this is really funny that we want to tell black and brown folks to get over the past, because frankly, those of us who are white, we love the past. Absolutely flippin' love the past. How do I know that? Because some of us clearly want to go back to it. How do I know that? Because the Tea Party was a thing. And during that period when the Tea Party was a thing, you had a bunch of white folks going to rallies dressed in Revolutionary War costumes, carrying muskets and wearing powdered.
That is hilarious. I didn't know where he was going. I thought he was going to say make America great again. But he's correct. I never thought of that. He they always telling black people, get over the past. They love the past more than anybody. They got whole events and conventions where they dress up with muskets and run and chase like they the revolution. They put the wigs on and all that, right? They always talk about the past. All they talk about is George Washington and this one in 1877 and this one. You got a whole history, but then they'll tell us to get over the past. Wow. Come on, Tim. Come on, Brother Tim. Come on. This was the part, guys, this was the part of the lesson. Remember that other lesson where they cut us off the live, the Amanda Seals lesson? This was that part where this part right here is what was coming then. And praise Yah that what they try to use to destroy, the Most High used for good. This was coming on that lesson. But praise Yah. That's why I was like, okay, this could fit good at the end of this lesson.
Muskets and wearing powdered wigs, because the Tea Party was a thing. And during that period when the Tea Party was a thing, you had a bunch of white folks going to rallies dressed in Revolutionary War costumes, carrying muskets and wearing powdered wigs. Okay, here's the thing. If you dress up in a Revolutionary War costume with a musket and a powdered wig, calling yourself the Tea Party, which I think is a really old ass reference, you are in no position to lecture black people about getting over the past. That's all. Right? Because by definition, you're still rocking like 1774. You got me? Right? But even now, right, we say things like, what is July 4th other than a reference to the past? Like, why do we still celebrate that? Independence Day. We broke away from the British a long ass time.
Come on, bro. They celebrating every 4th of July, but tell us get over the past. For the slavery, that's older than slavery. You're talking about slavery in the 1856, and then it still went on into the 1900s. And they telling us to get over the past, but they celebrate come on, Brother Tim.
Ago. That didn't happen last Friday. So why do we still set off fireworks every July 4th, right? I dare you to go up next Independence Day to 4th, other than a reference to the past. Like, why do we still celebrate that? Independence Day, we broke away from the British a long ass time ago. That didn't happen last Friday. So why do we still set off fireworks every July 4th, right? I dare you to go up next Independence Day to like the most patriotic guy on the route, you know, with the red, white, and blue wardrobe, because that's an awesome wardrobe palette. And like a big I Heart the USA button on his hat, like flying a flag, blaring Lee Greenwood from the back of a pickup truck. I dare you to go up to that guy, tap him on the shoulder and say, yeah, this is all really nice. This is great. But when are you going to get over it? Hope you have running shoes on, because he's going to chase you. Although he'll probably have had
That's correct. And he said something about red, white, and blue, and I got a red, white, and blue shirt on. That's hilarious, right? But mine's is Nautica, so, you know, black people, whatever we do, we got to try to have some style with it. You know, we funny. You know, but he's correct. But they'll tell us to get over everything, but they running around, right? That's crazy work, Brother Tim.
Enough, you know, slices of mom's apple pie that he won't be able to catch you. But my point being on, because he's going to chase you. Although he'll probably have had enough, you know, slices of mom's apple pie that he won't be able to catch you. But my point being, we love the past as long as it makes us feel good about ourselves, right? When a current presidential candidate says he wants to make America great again, it's a reference to the past, right? It's a reference that says we want to go back to when things were great, but only great for certain people, because the time that's being remembered so fondly wasn't so great for everyone, right? So we love the past as long as it venerates us. We just don't want.
Yo, wrist fly, they celebrate every Thanksgiving, right? They love their little Thanksgiving, right? They're celebrating a slaughter, right? They never forget it too. Everybody come from all around, travel from all of everything, but tell us to forget the past. Wow.
To deal with the ugly, but that's not how history works. You got to deal with the good and the bad, and everything isn't so great for everyone, right? So we love the past as long as it venerates us. Point being, we love the past as long as it makes us feel good about ourselves, right? When a current presidential candidate says he wants to make America great again, it's a reference to the past, right? It's a reference that says we want to go back to when things were great, but only great for certain people because the time that's being remembered so fondly wasn't so great for everyone, right? So we love the past as long as it venerates us. We just don't want to deal with the ugly, but that's not how history works. You got to deal with the good and the bad and everything in between, right? And we know that, don't we? Like on a personal level, we know, like, put aside politics and race, just like you as individuals, right? We all come from families that are jacked up in one way or another, right? We all have dysfunction. We all have really messed up stuff in our families, some of which we talk about, a lot of which we never talk about, right? And the fact is, if you ever want, just as an individual, to move past your past, you have to confront it. Whether that's on a therapist's couch or whether that's with friends or a lover or a spouse or a partner, whatever it is, you've got to be willing to confront where you come from in order to get to the next place that's better. But we don't want to do that. We don't do that as individuals, and it eats us up. And we don't do that as a country, but we have to do that. Because the past affects the present. Inertia isn't just a property of the physical universe. It's also a property of the political and the economic universe. And here's how I know it's so important. Again, a story involving my own children about why it's so important that we know our history and are able to articulate that and the dangers of not knowing it. So as it turns out, our daughters are both dancers. And a couple of years ago when they were, let's say 12 and a half, 10 and a half, I was driving them to dance one day after school. And in order to get to the studio where they were both dancing at that time, we had to drive from the school to the studio. It's about an 8-minute drive. And right in the middle of that drive is a public housing project. And so we're driving the route. We're right in between two sort of public housing developments, and we're there at the red light waiting for it to turn green. And the 10-and-a-half-year-old daughter, Rachel, she looks up and she says, Daddy, why is it that pretty much everybody in this neighborhood is black? Now that is an incredibly good anthropological and sociological inquiry. It's really very observant and a very important question. Now, the only reason she asked it, she probably noticed in many of our drives to the studio that we were driving through a virtually all black, and you could tell from the infrastructure, poor community. But that was the first day she asked about it, not the first day she noticed it. I'm sure she'd noticed it. But that day she decided to inquire. And probably the only reason she even bothered was because she figured Daddy might know, because Daddy talks about this stuff. But she figured I might know, so she asked the question, why is this neighborhood pretty much all black? And her sister, of course, because this is what siblings do, right? Older siblings try to show off for the younger sibling. And so the older sister immediately jumps in to impress Daddy with the answer, which she somehow knew, or at least in part. She jumps in, she says, redlining, which oddly enough was true. And for those who don't know what redlining is, I'm about to explain, right? So it turns out that, in fact, in this country, the reason that people of color disproportionately live in lower income communities and urban areas is, in fact, because of this thing, among others, called redlining. And what that was that for generations, and it was perfectly legal to do this, by the way, up until 1968 when the Fair Housing Act passed. It went on for generations where you had banks that would take red markers on big maps in their offices, in the loan office of the bank, and they would draw lines around black neighborhoods, and occasionally Latino neighborhoods too, but especially black neighborhoods. And they would say anybody who lives within the boundaries of these lines cannot get a loan from the bank. You're not going to get a mortgage loan for a house. You're not going to get a business loan to start up your own business. Didn't matter what your credit record was, by the way. Didn't matter if you had a good job. Didn't matter what your occupational status or your education was. Simply living in that community meant you were not going to get a loan. So when my daughter says redlining is in part implicated, it wasn't the full picture, but it was a big piece of it. The bigger picture being a history of discrimination, who could live where and who couldn't. And so I explained that to my daughter, the 10-year-old, of course. When her sister said redlining, she said, yeah, I don't know what that means. And I said, yeah, neither does your sister. She's just showing off. But I explained it, took about 3 minutes, real simple little 3-minute discussion. Wasn't a long conversation, right? But it was enough to let her know that history matters and that the things that she sees didn't just happen, that they're the result of certain policies. Because here's what's interesting about that area that we now like to call the ghetto. The reality is the ghetto was created, and public housing in particular was created not for poor black people. It was created for poor white people. And in fact, for the first several years of public housing, people of color couldn't even get into public housing projects.
Oh, come on, Tim. Yo, you got to be an elder to know what he just dropped, unless your parents taught you. There was a time that black people couldn't even get into the projects. That's how we came. You were rich if you made it to live in the projects. People don't even know that. Come on, Tim. I know what I'm talking. That's why our parents moved from the South and went into those projects. They couldn't even get in. We were worse than the ghetto. It wasn't the ghetto then, right? Those neighborhoods, that white flight after it. Oh, come on, Tim. Thank you, Yahshua HaMashiach. Thank you so much, daughter of Yah, for your donation. I humbly receive. Thank you so much, daughter of Yah. Come on, brother Tim. See, the elders got to tell you, right, Yaron? The elders got to tell you, like, yo, there was a time, that our ancestors was happy to get into the project. My grandmother moved into the projects. When my projects was built, Parkside Project was 55. And she moved into that project. She came from Tennessee, Memphis, and she moved to Parkside Project, and one of the first black families to be able to get apartment in this project in the 50s, 55. All right? Wow. All right, let's continue.
Projects. They were essentially segregated not for poor black people. It was created for poor white people. And in fact, for the first several years of public housing, people of color couldn't even get into public housing projects. They were essentially segregated by race. Only poor white folks could even live there. And then what happened is the government created some new programs under the FHA program, the VA loan program, later on the GI Bill program, which allowed those same white folks who had been poor and struggling to leave public housing and to leave urban areas and to hustle it out to the suburbs where only we could live, or to the smaller towns where only we were going to be welcome.
Hold on, let me help them. They gave them funding, they gave them houses with no interest loans, and gave them equity. They gave them ownership, and then they ushered in the blacks into those projects. Remember, and that's when I broke down the experiment, the Rod experiments from the 40s. You know what I mean? Into the 50s and 60s with Calhoun and them, and then the Norway one. And then they ushered it, and that's how these neighborhoods became like that. But they pushed they made the white go into the suburbs and gave them free housing, GA loans. They gave them 0 interest loans. And some of them, they gave them lotteries. They gave them free houses and money. And they created something called the suburbs. Yes, and then they start pushing us into this experiment, this project. Come on, Brother Tim.
So what's interesting is that the hood became the hood because only people of color now were allowed to live there. White folks were literally being subsidized by the government to move to the suburbs. The white middle class, and make note of this, was built by government. Government programs that underwrote those loans because those families could not have afforded a loan otherwise. They were able to get one because the government underwrote the loan and guaranteed the loan in case of default, but only for people of color. Only for white folks. People of color, by and large, couldn't get in on any of that.
So they didn't pull themselves up by no bootstraps. They was given boots, and the government funded the strap. Meaning the loan, if they default, was backed by the government. Y'all listen clearly. If they faulted, let's say the white people that they moved out the projects and gave these free homes in the suburbs, these houses, equity and stuff, house ownership. If they couldn't pay the mortgage, the government backed the loan and paid it. Guaranteed. There wasn't no bootstraps. Listen clearly. Let Brother Tim break down the true history.
To the suburbs, the white middle class, and make note of this, was built by government. Government programs that underwrote those loans because those families could not have afforded a loan otherwise. They were able to get one because the government underwrote the loan and guaranteed the loan in case of default, but only for people of color. only for white folks. People of color, by and large, couldn't get in on any of that. So white folks were able to move, people of color were not. Certain neighborhoods deteriorated economically, other neighborhoods went up in value. At the very same time, the government was doing what they called urban renewal, which meant they came through black neighborhoods and Latino neighborhoods, and they built interstates right through the heart of the community, right? Knocking down black homes, black apartments, knocking down black-owned businesses all around the country. Between 1950 and 1970, about 1 in 5 apartments or houses lived in by black folks was knocked to the ground for economic development purposes.
See, all what Tim is breaking, they don't tell you or show you. They put highways through the neighborhoods. Any industrious type of development or housing, they would just take them an eminent domain and stuff and give them low, like they knock down business, they destroy. So this is where, after they got the whites and moved them to the suburbs with the GA loans and stuff, then they zone these areas for red zone these areas, these hoods. They created the conditions, the decay in the condition. It was a nice thing at first to be in these buildings, these project buildings. They were nice. They had amenities. They had this and that. And then they let it to decay. No jobs or infrastructure, no remaking of the buildings, slum laws. It was all engineered. The destruction.
Even though people of color couldn't benefit, folks, was not 1 in 5 apartments or houses lived in by black folks was knocked to the ground for economic development purposes, even though people of color couldn't benefit from almost any of that economic development. So that's how our communities come to look the way they look. But if we don't know that, and if I don't tell my daughter that, but maybe let's say I don't tell her because I don't know. What if I don't know the history? What if I don't do this work and therefore don't know the answer?
If you don't know the history, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Go ahead, Tim.
What do you think my daughter is going to assume is the answer? What would you assume is the answer? You know what we would assume if we're not taught the history? We would default to the position of this culture, which says what? Wherever you end up, it's all about you. So if you're living in a poor neighborhood, it's just because you didn't work hard enough. And if you live in an affluent neighborhood, it's obviously because you're smarter, right? The default position of America is this notion of rugged individualism and meritocracy. And wherever you end up is all about your own genius, your own effort, your own morality, your own cultural ethics. That's what we believe. And we believe that even though there is no such thing as a rugged individual in the history of human beings. How do I know that? Very simple. Human beings are social creatures by definition. We've never lived in isolation from one another. We've always lived in families and tribes and communities, nations, right? If you ever meet someone who's actually a rugged individual and hasn't been raised in a social context, you need to get the hell away from that person. They would be like a feral animal, right? They would be wild. It'd be like being raised on an island by a porpoise. They wouldn't even know how to have language. They'd probably try to eat you because they wouldn't understand there's like a taboo against that, right? You need to get the hell away from anybody who's actually a rugged individual because there are no such thing. And certainly, let me just say this, if you inherited $200 million from your daddy's real estate empire, you sure as hell are not a self-made anything or a rugged individual. You might want to write that shit down. So there is no rugged individual anything. We're all social beings. Some have had opportunity, others have not. Unless we're honest about that, unless we're willing to have a conversation, we end up misleading ourselves and we can't understand what we're seeing. And then if we can't understand it, we're not going to fix it, right? We're not going to fix the disparity in housing if we don't understand where it came from. So if the data says, and it does, that white folks on average have 15 times the net worth of black folks, 13 times the net worth of Latino folk, right? We just assume, well, we must have worked harder. Is that right? That's interesting because actually the black folks and brown folks have done some of the hardest work in this country ever since the country was founded. Were it not for the labor of African descended peoples, there would be no country at all. In fact, it was my family.
Let him go. Go ahead, Tim. He closing out.
White slave owning family in the South that got black folks to do all the hard work because we were lazy asses and didn't want to work at all. White folks in the South on the plantation used to want to sit on the porch and drink mint juleps and have carriage rides rather than work while black folks did all the real labor. And yet
oh, hold on. Let me put him back again. I just got to put him back one more time. Y'all give me a second. Let's put him back again.
Founded, were it not for the labor of African descended peoples, there would be no worked harder. Is that right? That's interesting because actually the black folks and brown folks have done some of the hardest work in this country ever since the country was founded. Were it not for the labor of African descended peoples, there would be no country at all. In fact, it was my family, white slave owning family in the South that got black folks to do all the hard work because we were lazy asses and didn't want to work at all. White folks in the South on the plantation used to want to sit on the porch and drink mint juleps and have carriage rides rather than work, while black folks did all the real labor. And yet we decided that black folks are lazy, which I find fascinating. Right. And then people write to me and say, well, these black people, they're just taking all the jobs. OK, which is it, Precious? Because it can't be both. People of color can't take all the jobs and be lazy. I don't ask much of racists because I expect very little, but you cannot be lazy and take all the jobs. Are we at least clear on that? Like if you took all the jobs, you were like the opposite of lazy. If you are indeed lazy, you probably did not even take one job, let alone all of them. So I just need racists to get their damn story straight. That's all I ask. I just don't like moving targets. That's all, right?
Go ahead, Tim.
But if I don't tell my daughter the truth, she defaults to the position of the culture, and then she can't understand what the problem is. The same is true with policing. You can't understand the Black Lives Matter movement and the importance of it if you don't know the history and the relationship between law enforcement and black and brown peoples.
Now, we know Black Lives Matter was a ruse from the rich people, converts and all that, but the blacks who got duped by the puppet master into that stage play, we were going into it innocently. Not those ones that they use, those sisters, non-male and female, right? Yeah, George Soros stuff, right? That script play. But at that time, for a lot of people might not remember, they were unaliving us on the news. On the show. That's why it blows my mind that everybody's tripping about them showing the brother who they supposed to have unalived for tonight's lesson all over the media when they were showing us being unalived all over the media every day back then. That's what that was about. Right now they got hijacked and whatever used, it was a controlled thing, but they was unaliving. I'm talking about they was unaliving children. They was unaliving. They was just live on the news all the time. They was showing us shooting them and doing everything. It was crazy. Y'all remember that? They were just unaliving people. Remember the dude in his car? The dude shot him through the window in his head. I'm like, bro, they showing us this is a systemic trauma that they was trying to show us and instill fear as well. It's called fear installation, where they it's trauma. All right. So anyway, let's let Tim continue so we can close out.
If you understood that history, you wouldn't ask one question about why this movement is necessary and why it's righteous. If you knew that history, but you don't know it, and it's not your fault. You weren't supposed to know it, and nobody taught it to you, right? So you don't have to know that modern policing traces back to slave patrols. That black folks' first experience with law enforcement was having, you know who? Working class and poor white folks on horseback going around keeping black folks in line on behalf of the rich master that owned all the property. That sounds a lot like modern policing because ain't no rich people policing, right? It's working class folks who are out there protecting the property of rich people against the depredations of poor people. That's what modern policing is, and it traces back. And we know that's what modern policing is, by the way, because we will lock you up for 10 years for $100 worth of food stamp fraud. But if you take $12.5 trillion on Wall Street, 20% of the net worth of this country, you will not do 1 day in jail. So we know that law enforcement has got nothing to do with enforcing the law. It's got nothing to do with good people and bad people, lawbreakers and the law abiding. It only has to do with controlling certain people. And black and brown folks know who those certain people usually are because it's always been them. See, black folks know that it was cops who were involved in race riots and racial terrorism against black communities for the first 50 years of the 20th century. You didn't learn about that in class either, and that's not your fault. It wasn't taught. But in fact, every single year, just about from 1900 all the way to the 1930s, 1940s at least, There were race riots where white folks would just go into black communities, burn them to the ground, bomb them from the air, like in Tulsa, Oklahoma, rip people out of their homes, beat them in the street, and police sat by, watched it happen, and participated. That doesn't mean that every cop in the modern era is like that, but it means that black folks can be excused for being not so clear on the decency of police in their communities because there's a history there.
Come on, bro. Come on, Tim. He's teaching this at Stetson, I think, University, a college campus. And I guarantee you probably 99% of all those kids never heard one bit of this in the day in their life before. You heard? Come on, Tim.
It was police who dragged black folks and white allies off of those sit-in stools at lunch counters in the South to enforce segregation. See, when your job is to enforce the law, and for most of American history, the law was against you as a people, then enforcing the law means you are the first line of oppression. People of color know that history and need to be excused when they don't just get over it, because that continues. How do we know it continues? Very easy. We know from the data on racial profiling that black folks are twice as likely as white folks to be stopped and searched for drugs, even though white folks are more likely to have drugs on us on the occasions that we're searched. White folks use drugs and sell drugs at the same or higher rate than black folks and Latinos. And yet it is black folks and Latinos who in any given year make up 85 to 90% of the people who get arrested and incarcerated for a drug offense. See, people of color know that. And if we don't understand when black folks rise up and say Black Lives Matter. Well, what do you mean? All lives matter. Yes, sweetheart, I know they do. Yes, they do. And that is a totally irrelevant and unnecessary point to make. You see, you don't have to say all lives matter. We take that for granted. What we've never accepted in this country is that black and brown life matter. You have to proclaim that which is ignored, you see. That's why we have Black History Month right now and not White History Month. We don't have to have White History Month because we got May and June and July and August. And every other month where we learn about white folks, we don't have to call it that. See how slick that is? That's how white supremacy operates. You don't have to call it White History Month. You just call it history.
We call it his story. Come on, bro. Come on, Brother Tim. We don't gotta call it that. It's already his story. Go ahead. He said, sweetheart.
Literature and theater and poetry.
Hold on, let me put him back.
And every other month where we learn about white folks, we don't have to call it that. See how slick that is? That's how white supremacy operates. You don't have to call it White History Month. You just call it history. Literature and theater and poetry and art. You don't have to racialize where it came from, right? That's what Malefiasante at Temple calls universalizing the particular, which is the hallmark of Eurocentric thought, right? Not everybody's experience is the same. And so when certain people have been left out of all, you have to call that out by name. Because see, we've always said all, then we didn't mean it. We said all men are created equal, and we didn't mean that shit.
Woo!
Right? We didn't mean women, but we didn't even mean all men. We said all, and it was a lie when we said it. Right? And so in a sense, when you say Black Lives Matter, to respond with all lives matter would be like going in a time machine back to 1971. Y'all won't remember this. Those who were students, those who were older will. Around 1970, 71, 72, the big phrase was black is beautiful, right? There was this desire to take back the beauty narrative from a beauty industry, fashion industry, glamour industry that had hijacked it and denigrated black physicality and beauty, right? So folks were saying black is beautiful to reclaim a sense of beauty for themselves. It'd be like getting in a time machine, going back to 1971, hearing somebody say black is beautiful and tapping them on the shoulder and going, but we're all beautiful in our own way. Yeah, shut up. We know.
That's not like me. Shut up. Like, yes, they had to reclaim because they told us that everything was ugly. You know what I mean? I remember that black is beautiful, and that it was a whole thing going up in the 70s and stuff. I remember that. Black is beautiful. We had to remake ourselves. That's when they had that little, what they call that thing? Well, let me not go there. Let's let Tim close us out.
Not the point. It'd be like going back to the early 80s when the HIV/AIDS crisis started. And it took several years for the president of the United States to even utter the word. Ronald Reagan didn't want to even utter the word, let alone cut loose with funding to deal with the problem until his buddy Rock Hudson died of it. And then all of a sudden he was willing to talk about it a little bit, right? So for the first several years, what you have? You had activists out in the street. You had ACT UP, gay men's health crisis, out in the street demanding research and funding for HIV/AIDS, right? And what they were saying, in effect, was people with AIDS lives matter. That wasn't the actual phrase, and we didn't have hashtags, but that was essentially what they were saying, right? People with AIDS lives matter, and we need to pay attention because right now we're not paying attention to that. And we don't seem to believe it as a society, so we need to start believing it. It would be like getting in a time machine, going back to 1983, 82, in the middle of an ACT UP event or a gay men's health crisis event and shutting down the protest by saying, yeah, but what about pancreatic cancer? People die of all kinds of things, right? Sort of not the point. You have to proclaim that which is ignored. And if we know the history, we understand that, right? Because if we know the history.
I like that. You're right, Hakiyama. We were fighting against what those children in the experiment was hating. And we had to be retrained to think that we were beautiful, to love ourselves. Facts. It was a whole thing.
We know that it isn't.
And it's not, we weren't saying, when we were saying black is beautiful, we weren't saying that your, whatever you are, was ugly. We were just trying to say that we were beautiful too. We needed to reinstill because systemically they taught us to hate ourselves.
Indeed, black life. And I would suggest brown life, life of color generally, indigenous life. People die of all kinds of things, right? Sort of not the point. You have to proclaim that which is ignored. And if we know the history, we understand that, right? Because if we know the history, we know that it is indeed black life. And I would suggest brown life, life of color generally, indigenous life, that is usually denigrated, demeaned, ignored. On a sexual level, it's trans lives that are demeaned, ignored, right? It's women as women. So sometimes you got to proclaim that which is not in the obvious frame of reference. There's nothing pernicious about it. It's not about saying black lives are worth more than other lives. It's about, damn it, these lives actually do matter. And even though the history says they don't, we're here to tell you that they do. And there's nothing wrong about that at all. But if you don't know the history, it might seem untoward. And I get it. And again, it's not your fault that you don't know the history, but it is our responsibility to learn it and then apply it to what we see. Same is true with immigration. This immigration drama that we have right now is only possible because we don't understand our own history. As a country, and particularly those of us of European descent, we have lied to ourselves about how we got here. And for what reason? See, black folks know why they're here. Native peoples know why they're here and how they got here. A lot of Asian folk know, particularly if they're Chinese American, they know they got here because their ancestors were brought over to work on the railroads by the railroad barons who didn't care if thousands of them died laying track 19, 20 hours a day.
Let me help, Brother Tim. The original natives know how they got here, the first ones. The Mongoloids, they know how they came over in the Bering Strait. They know how they got here and all that too, Mongoloids. Then you got the so-called black Americans that came all different ways, and most come through some slave ships. So yeah. But everybody was immigrated here.
But for those of us who are from Europe, we have this fiction that we've told, and we believe.
But the first ones were the original natives, okay? Y'all can call it Turtle Island, Amaruka, Ansareth, or whatever you want to call it. The original ones, the ones that Columbus and them saw when they got off here, the ones who established Florida and all that. They all over the paintings, all over the government buildings. They show them. Black is all outdoors with the Indian feather. They call them, those are the original natives. The ones, that's their country. Facts, their land. And they're black. That's the tribe of Dan, too. First ones is the tribe of Dan.
Even though there's no truth to it. You know what the fiction is? It's two parts. Number one, we say things like, with regard to Mexicans coming over the border, with regard to immigrants coming up, but only that border. That's the only one we care about, right? The southern border. I find that interesting. We're not flipping out about Canada, right? We don't have any of the Minutemen or the anti-immigrant groups sitting off the coast of Nova Scotia with a gun and a scope trying to like pick off the sneaky Canadians that are trying to sneak in here for our superior healthcare system, which after all would be a pretty stupid thing to do. But in any event, we only care about that one border, forgetting for a minute that that border was created at the end of a war that was started on false pretense by this country, after which we jacked half of their country.
I was about to say, that border, those original Mexicans, that's part of America. And the original Meso-Mexicans, y'all know the original seed of the Mexicans. That for those Mexicans who do know, they understand their original culture seed. Yeah. So they actually part of their country. Boy. All right, let's continue.
And you weren't taught that in school either, because our history books aren't interested in telling the truth. They tell this very patriotic history that has no relationship to the fact. So that border is artificial. Mexican folk who are coming here, documented or not, let's be clear, are coming home. Their families were here before our families were here in almost every instance. But we forget that. And then we say things like, well, I don't mind them coming. I just want them to come legally like my people did. The hell does that even mean? Come legally? There was no law to break when our people came. The fact that we didn't break a law that didn't even exist, you don't get cookies for that. You don't get like a pat on the back and a gold star because your great whatever was law abiding when there was no law that he could have violated, even if he wanted to. But we've told this lie that we came for these upstanding principles. So we'll say things like, well, you know, our people came for liberty and freedom, democracy. These people are just coming for stuff.
You are laughing the leg of fire. They sent their criminals from Europe over here. They were the lowest class of the vagabonds. Sorry, let me let Tim close this out.
They're just coming for jobs. They're just coming for healthcare. They're just coming for stuff. We came for high-minded principle, right? Because we believe that. What kind of third grade version of American history is that? Right? Like when Donald Trump says, well, Mexico's not sending their best. What the hell? You think Europe sent their best? Europe? No, our people were the losers of Europe. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just telling you the truth. Like our people were the losers of Europe. The winners didn't get on the boat. You understand what I'm saying? The winners didn't leave. Why the hell would you leave if you were winning? Only the losers left because they had no choice. They were dying. They were starving. They couldn't support their families. A lot of them were convicts who were sold into indentured.
That's all about the same. Come on, Tim. Close out with the bang. Close us out with a bang, Tim. That's exactly what I was saying. That's what I'm like, come on, I know history. That's what, I know a lot, praise the Most High, but I know some history. I'm like, man, you tripping. I'm like, that was the convicts that came over here. That wasn't the ones who was owning. That wasn't the ones who took the Jacobites, our ancestors' kingdoms and everything from what's the name? What's that dude's name? I broke his name. I can't think of his name. I keep thinking Commonwealth. That ain't his name. But what's the name? When they sent us some of the Indians back, and some of the blacks back to Europe for slavery. The one that sent us over here, like you tripping. Y'all wasn't the ones who took over the Jacobites, our ancestors' kingdoms and all that. That was the vagabonds. Y'all was the ones who came over here. They were savages. And they came over, talking about they didn't break no laws. You came over here unaliving every native that you saw. You understand? You unalived the Mexicans, took their stuff, unalived our ancestors' tribe of Dan. That's the first ones when you came over here. You unalived our ancestors, and then the Mongoloids, and then the Mexicans. Come on, bro. Come on, Tim. Drop this. Drop it. He closing us out now. Go ahead, daughter of Yah.
There's a super sticker from Jacob Castro.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Jacob Castro. I humbly receive, young king. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. Praise the Most High. Oh, we almost at 100 live. We about to close out, guys. I'm glad I did let this play. All right, may the Most High cover and bless you all. Let's let Tim close us out. We only got a couple of minutes left.
Losers of Europe. The winners didn't get on the boat. You understand what I'm saying? The winners didn't leave. Why the hell? What kind of third grade version of American history is that? Right? Like when Donald Trump says, well, Mexico's not sending their best. What the hell? You think Europe sent their best? Europe? No, our people were the losers of Europe. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just telling you the truth. Like our people were the losers of Europe. The winners didn't get on the boat. You understand what I'm saying? The winners didn't leave. Why the hell would you leave if you were winning? Only the losers left because they had no choice. They were dying. They were starving. They couldn't support their families. A lot of them were convicts who were sold into indentured servitude to work for rich European people. They were barely above the level of a slave themselves. The idea that we had we didn't believe in liberty and freedom. And we know that because once we got to the colonies, we set up the opposite of liberty and freedom. And I don't just mean that for like black folks and native folks. I mean, even for other white folks. Like we spent most of the time in the early colonies trying to figure out who the witch was, right? It was like, well, you're not a Christian. Well, no, you're not a Christian. Well, no, you're not a Christian. I'm going to hang you from a tree. Really? Well, I'm going to drown you in the stream. Well, I'm going to set you on fire. Like that wasn't liberty. The colonies were some of the least free places in the history of the cosmos. But we act like we came for liberty and they're just here to take advantage. Let's be clear. Our people didn't come for liberty. They came for stuff. They came for stuff like land. They came for stuff like opportunity. They came for stuff like the ability to feed their families. And there's no shame in that. None at all. But just like there's no shame in our families having done that, there's no shame in brown families doing that and coming over that border from Mexico, Central America, or wherever else they might be coming.
But the shame, Brother Tim, was what they did for that stuff. So there is a shame, what they actually did to take the stuff, the unaliven, the disease, all that. Absolutely. Let's continue. He's closing out now.
There's no shame in any event, but we've told a lie. It's like we have this image in our head that sometime in like 1650, this was a common scene in England.
No, it was shame because the natives that was here was actually received them with love and kindness. And helped them because they couldn't survive the winters. They didn't know how to grow the food in the land. That's where you get Thanksgiving from. That's why we don't celebrate these helly days. They're satanic. I'm sorry, but these Christians, they kill me. Even my woke, so-called woke people back from New York, I see it. Every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, they be putting up their stuff and they got all the people. It's like, come on, bro. How can you celebrate this transgression, this sin, this genocide? But then the other days of the week, you so-called woke. Oh, you that much condition that you gotta celebrate this killing of our ancestors? Yeah, Thanksgiving. It's coming. Oh, we in the season of the witch. Oh yeah. See, the Most High got holy days. We in the season of our holy days, right? And the Hasatan is the adversary. He mimics the Most High. He have helly days for hell. Y'all call them holidays. I got that from the Hollywood tree, the witchcraft tree of wood. I broke it down. So we're in the season of the witch. It's from now all the way to New Lies Eve, January in the dead of winter, Sol Invictus and all that, Christmas and all this lies. Then the culmination is All Hallows Eve, the day of the devil, to worship the. Oh yeah, I forgot. We're in the fourth quarter. We're in the season of the witch. Their time for let's turn up time for them. It culminates on that All Hallows Eve. All right, let's continue.
All the nice white noblemen got together, and one of them gathered his children around the fireplace in the middle of the 1600s and said, well, now, children, like the ability to feed their families, and there's no shame in that. None at all. But just like there's no shame in our families having done that, there's no shame in brown families doing that and coming over that border from Mexico, Central America, or wherever else they might be coming. There's no shame in any event, but we've told a lie. It's like we have this image in our head that sometime in like 1650, this was a common scene in England. All the nice white noblemen got together, and one of them gathered his children around the fireplace in the middle of the 1600s and said, well, now, children, I think you'll agree with me that we're doing quite brilliant here, and we have this big mansion and we have all this gold. And you remember last week when the king invited us to the palace and you played out in the garden with his children? I know it was brilliant, right? It was great. It was great. It was great. I bet it was lots of fun, but Daddy thinks that we need to stop all that nonsense and maybe strike out on an adventure. So here's my plan. Even though we're doing so well, even though we pretty much run the show here in England, I think that what we should do this summer, follow me, stick with me. I know it's going to be a stretch, but I promise it's going to be great, is we should get on a big boat. A rickety old ship. I don't even know if it's seaworthy, children. It might sink. We might be eaten by sharks. We might get hijacked by pirates. We might get scurvy and die a horrible death. However, I think you will agree it will be an adventure, a great one indeed. That did not happen. Noblemen didn't leave.
That's actually hilarious. It's so funny because when you know the actual white people That could happen because they do stuff like that, right? Like we might die of scurvy, we might get eaten by sharks, we might get it, but it'll be an adventure. Oh, they'll sign up for that. That's hilarious. Now the funny part, what Tim is leaving out, he probably don't know this, right? Because, right, praise Yah for each level of understanding that even those of what he's mimicking the nobility over there, they actually stole their nobility. You understand? That's from the Jacobites. Jacob in Hebrew is Yasharalites, right? That was the stewards. They called it the Dark Ages. You understand? So that's Cromwell. That's the name I was looking for earlier. That's Oliver Cromwell time. You heard? Y'all better go to our old lessons on the study when we broke down a whole Jacobite era, all that part. So yeah, they did that same thing over there and conquered. And that's still what's from the curses that our ancestors, King James, that's where you get our, that's why we read from the King James. That was one of ours. You heard? Him and the Stuarts and all of them and the Scots. And we ran all that, Ireland and Scotland and United Kingdom. That's our kingdom, you heard? But that's funny. So anyway, him doing that accent, but it's actually hilarious because I can see them actually doing that too. Like, it'll be a jolly old time. Who's going to sign up? They all get on that boat. Let's go. Right? You know, they crazy. It's all outdoors. That's why the Most High sent those crazy. He sent the craziest white people after us. When our ancestors cursed them, he sent the craziest. Them people crazy. They real gangsters. All right, here we go. He's closing out now. We got about 1 minute left.
Death. However, I think you will. I don't even know if it's seaworthy, children. It might sink. We might be eaten by sharks. We might get hijacked by pirates. We might get scurvy and die a horrible death. However, I think you will agree it will be an adventure, a great one indeed. That did not happen. Noblemen didn't leave. Those who were doing well did not leave. Only the losers got on the boat. People say things like, well, my family came over on the Mayflower. Okay, sweetheart, you might not want to talk about that. If you actually knew who was on those early ships, I'm not sure who was, but I know who wasn't. The king. The king was not on that ship. Nobody the king really wanted to keep around was on that ship, right? So our inability to see this, though, understand the importance historically. If we don't understand that we came for the same reasons that folks come today, be they documented or not, then we can't see them in us and we can't see us in them. And that's why we have this drama, because we're spending all this time pretending that our motivations and our even human decency and ethics are different when they're not, you see. This is why history matters so much. We can't fix any of these problems, whether it's immigration issues, whether it's criminal justice issues, whether it's wealth disparity, all of that. We can't do anything about that if we're not willing to understand history. But let me close with this. And it's a point that I think needs to be made, because sometimes when we talk about racism and we talk about the heavy weight of history, sometimes people assume that there is an attempt on my part or other anti-racist activists or educators' part to instill guilt in white people. I have no interest in white guilt, none. And people of color surely have no interest in white guilt. Guilt will not liberate anybody from anything. It will not liberate any of us from systems of inequality. It isn't about feeling guilty. It's not even about white people per se. It's about whiteness as a system, right? Sometimes people get tripped up on that, right? And they think like, oh, you hate white people. Actually, let me be clear. I love me some white people. I totally, absolutely love me some white people. Like my wife is white. I totally love her. Those daughters that I've been telling you about, they're white because that's what happens when white people make babies. I love them. My mom, love her.
He's funny. That's actually really good. He's correct. It's not per se specifically about white people. It's the system, the white system. And that's why everybody try to make us think it's not systematic, right? Right? He said, my wife is white. I love her. Those two little white kids I'm talking about, I love them. That's pretty funny, right? He's like, I don't hate myself, right? So, because he know they're going to try to say, he just hates himself. No. They try to do that to us, right? It's the system. That's why tonight's lesson is Charlie Kirk, R.I.P, Should Blacks Care, the World is a Stage, right? Because they writing that it's not nothing systemic. He's correct. It's the system that's been set up. All right, his last closing words.
Nice white lady, white people. Actually, let me be clear. I love me some white people. I totally, absolutely love me some white people. Like my wife is white. I totally love her. Those daughters that I've been telling you about, they're white because that's what happens when white people make babies. I love them. My mom, love her, nice white lady. And my dad and I don't get along, but it's not because he's white. It's about some other shit that we don't have time to process tonight. But if you read my book, White Like Me, you'll know what some of that is. We don't have to talk about that. It's not about white people. It's about whiteness. It's about a system of white supremacy that has turned us against one another, right? And so I want to tell you a story that tries to explain the difference between guilt and responsibility so you'll know what I mean when I say those things are different, because it's one thing to say that. It's another thing to really understand why.
In any case, she then continued.
That was, I'm not about to hear this. This dude, stop share. All right. Wow. Well, timing was perfect. 1 o'clock. We ended right. I'm glad I was still, because I was gonna end it without showing Brother Tim, but I'm glad I played it. It was a great end to the study. Yeah, no, I'm getting rid of the nang. Getting rid of that dude. Now remember, that was from the first. I was supposed to play on that Amanda Seals clip. I'm like, no. Let's get rid of this dude. And so this was tonight's lesson. So again, R.I.P. to Charlie Kirk, and our condolences to his wife and his children and his loved ones. We don't wish no harm on nobody. But what we gonna always do is we gonna bring our truth to power in this house. All right. So now we had to kind of be easy. I was easy on my be easy. Thank you, Elder Yayazan. Called me like, you might want to be easy on this one. I think I missed a call from Dolores Yah, and I'll see what that is. Maybe she left it. Maybe I'm thinking she might have was one to warn me too. All right. So, but I had already knew in the spirit, because I thought about it when I was putting it together. I made a thumbnail. I was like, okay, yeah, I don't want to get our channel struck. And I felt in my spirit, I heard the rock said, just tread carefully, be wise as a serpent. Just do it, do it with kid gloves. Do it. I said, all right, I got this. All right. May the most please like this lesson so it can get out, so others can see. And the moral of the lesson is be safe, children. Be safe out there. Because they're setting a ruse, and it is to usher in the purge, right? World War III, okay? So you have to make sure you don't let people trigger you. Don't be arguing with nobody, and keep your eye on swivel. For all of y'all, I'm gonna close out with this. If it's legal for you in your state to own firearms, you need to work. If you don't have felonies, men, women, adults, work on getting your gun license. All right? I'm telling you as if it's legal in your state to own a firearm, if it's not legal, you need to be setting up to move from that state. Legally, you have a right to bear arms. I need you to listen to me. The Bible says, Mashiach says, sell your coat and get 2 swords or something like that. I'm paraphrasing that badly. Right? What I'm telling you is, it's going to get so bad soon. They're gonna manufacture. I'm closing out right here. It's gonna be quick. They're gonna manufacture a blackout. I'm prophesying what's coming. I don't do this a lot, but y'all just listen. Part of their agenda, somewhere along the line, they're gonna manufacture blackouts. And it's going to be chaos. They're going to have this blackout last for a very extended long time. And then Davaya, if you have a felon, then get with your family member, your wife, your girlfriend, maybe you have an adult child, somebody that can listen clearly, I ain't saying to do nothing illegally. You don't allow them to purchase an arm for you and keep it outside of your presence, Davaya, anyone who had a felony, keep it, stack bullets too. You need to start buying ammunition. The whites, they already stacked up. So y'all, we behind the ball, right? Now, for states that you can own a gun. Now listen, you can, or try to get the felony removed, Marawaya. That's what I need to work on. But I'm so busy. I really need to get that done, right? Because I really need to. But this is what you do, Davaya, and anyone else. Someone you trust to stack your arms. You could have them keep buying a bunch of them and bullets so that when the chaos happens and the law and order, because all those laws are going to go away when it goes down. When crap hit the fan, ain't no, it's going to be whoever can protect themselves, you're going to have to protect yourself. And when that instance happened, then you can go get the firearms that they were buying for you and holding it for you. But you got to make sure they're trustworthy. Yes, Marawaya. It got to be someone you trust with everything. And that even goes into the part, let's say if they're in your house. Let me say this. If it's your wife and she has no record of felony, right? And she can purchase it, she just have to keep it in a safe, locked. A locked safe, and you don't know the password. Just don't go online talking about make an Instagram, I know the password or something, because anything you say, your house is bugged too. Everything bugs. So I don't know if you know the password. I don't know if you don't. I'm just saying. I'm not telling you that, just hypothetically. Locked in a safe. You don't know the code to the safe. So you have according to the court of law, you cannot be charged with having anything to do with those firearms if you're a felon. All right? And work on getting the felony removed if you can. If not, that's the only recourse you got legally, is to have someone that you trust store it for you, preparing for when all the ish hit the fan and the collapse. Because they're going to manufacture later blackouts to start the chaos. All right? And men, women, and children, for your men and women, because some women don't have a man in their house, you need to learn, and if you can, get you a license, go to a firing range. You can look at it as fun and learn how to use it. Protect. Woe to those who don't prepare. All right? Long as it's legal in your state, the right to bear arms. If it's not legal, do not get it. I'm not going to proclaim you to do no crime. Give Caesar what Caesar's. Only thing I'm going to say, if you're in a state that don't allow it, start to prepare to leave that state. Okay? Yeah, worse than the times of Noah, what's coming. All right? Praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order. And do not allow people to trigger you. It's all a ruse. It's all the puppet master's play. It's all, and I'm going to continue, like, subscribe. Every Wednesday and Friday, we're live at 9 p.m. Every Wednesday and Friday. If you are new here, they're not going to let you know when we go live. We're always live. And it's always spiritual warfare. Don't worry about what the thumbnail said. Don't worry about the title. I wish I didn't have to do that, right? It don't matter. The word of Yah will come out. You'll get spiritual warfare. It'll be fruitful. All right? Thank you, Hakyama. Thank you, Yasha. Thank you, Elder Yaya Yazan. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly, for welcoming the new people. We love you all. Y'all, I love y'all. Y'all be safe out there. All right? Shabbayat, Sabbath day, seventh day. Shabbayat, that's Sabbath. Shalom, peace and blessings of the Most High. So I say Shabbayat, Shalom, peace and blessings of the Most High to you on this set apart holy day. May you go forth in this day and get your rest, be the light in the darkness, and don't worry about all the world is the stage. They playing a play on y'all. All right? We'll see y'all live again Wednesday. We live every Wednesday and Friday. All right, from the house of y'all to all y'all worldwide, Shabbayat, Shalom, peace and blessings of the Most High to you all. We love you all. Be safe out there, children of the Most High. And those who donate and those who left donations, thank you so much. I love you and thank you. I humbly appreciate it. Shabbayat Shalom, everyone.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our video, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He had to